cool poor Fortnite. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You can take Mercy Miner or not Blue Blink. I want to chug jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers.
Вообще класс, блин.
That's
Татьяна несравненная. Начинайте. Стоп! 24.
Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Эй, эй. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Эй, эй. Ла-ша-бу-ди-ду-ба.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
sampai banyak. Sampai banyak. Do caca poo poo. Pee pee.
Okay. Is this on loop? No. Doodle caca poo poo. Pee pee. No. I gotta finish eating, and then we go. I can't think of caca poo poo indeed. Yeah, I know, Grumpy, right? Yeah, we'll just chirp it up. Doo doo caca poo poo pee pee. No? Alright. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Let's look around. Alright, so there's some good space news right there. Let me just start moving links over. My link locks. What up, my link locks? The word of the day is power boom. Power boom. That's the word of the day. Tell me why I must be a power boom. Okay, power boom. There's okay. There's that. But doo doo gaga poo poo pee pee. I have the orca picture already. Oh man, Toronto! I could say there was a remix lyrics to that song. No. Yeah. Yeah. Which one in chat likes doo doo caca poo poo pee pee? All right, looking around. Let's see what we got. The robots from Boston Dynamics were. That's bizarre. You guys want to see something? You guys want to see something weird? Look at this. Look at this. Ready? I mean, yes, but also watch. I know, Havix. I know. It's so screwed up. That's just creepy. That's even creepier. Robo Doge. Who took these pictures? That was Derek Wise. No, guys, that's not. It's not from Boston Dynamics. That's the Michael Reeves beer pissing robot. It thinks it's Doggo. You had one of those in RimWorld yesterday? I don't want to know. Alright, I'm looking through the rest of the space news. Once again, the word of the day is power boom. Power boom. Some ESA engine pictures. It killed you. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's pretty cool. Power boom. Yep. I'm looking around here. Where's the big space news that was today? gotta find it. Is this an alternative reality? I cannot see Elon in the background. He's there. The 10 billion thing? Yeah, Thomas, I think that's what everybody wants to talk about, right? At least you guys were hinting at it pretty well. I mean, can we talk about how horrific that entire SNL episode was? I talked plenty about it the other day, Kaylee. Hey, I'm sure somebody finds SNL funny somewhere. Somewhere. Right here. Okay. Thank you. Boxy, what's up? Not to mention the money I lost in Doge.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm kind of with you. On that one. Also, that 10 billion thing would see the U.S. on Flight 3. NASA's bet was straight WSOP moves if this pays off. Hey, like I said, Scary, I think that's the, when they figured out that they were going to short HLS, that's the move that was picked, man. World Series of Poker. Yep. All right, Jim. Hey, what's up, dude? Okay. Let's put on our It's Not Rocket Science caps. Or shirts. It really is, Scary. Yeah, no. That's why I like this guy so much. I don't know where he learned how to do it either. Who taught you how to do that? You're a rep for like a couple of years and well, Bauxy, you highball on purpose. Bauxy, it seems like no matter what you do with anything with requesting funding in politics, you either highball or lowball depending on the situation. You never ask for what you want. That seems to be the case here. You never ever ask for exactly what you need. That seems to be... Your cousin's on SNL, so I can't crap talk it, really? That's cool. Like I said, Kaylee, my parents were laughing. I'm sorry. Maybe when you just get introduced to the internet and like you're on the internet too much, might ruin your sense of humor. Because it's a negotiation. Yep. Save this to show folks Octograbber in the future. Oh yeah. Right? He says this while there's an open poll on funding in his KSP mission mode. Yeah, Flight Sim. I had to start explaining it pros and cons of every option, dude, because I did that with chat a bunch of times and they got mad at me for doing that. It's just a frayed wire, Hokey. All right. Do we want to start with the controversial stuff and get it out of the way? Well, actually, that's the thing. I know if we do that, we're going to end up talking about Hey, you gained considerable wire knowledge yesterday. You can fix your headset cable now. I've already fixed this, Havix. I repaired this headset a bunch of times, dude. This headset, anybody else would have thrown out years ago, dude. I've had this headset since, like, 2016 or something. Seriously. It's not very controversial. Just leave it to the end so you can deep dive the drama. Yeah, but I don't like doing that. Yeah, Blue, that's what I'm like. Couldn't save the Battlefield headset, though. No, I just have... The Battlefield headset's good, Raga. I just haven't, The Battlefield headset's good. I just haven't gotten around to fixing it. This thing is a pain in the butt because instead of, like, having... So, like, in this wire, there's a bunch of small wires. Like, left channel, right channel. And then... there's a third wire for the microphone, and then those are all wrapped in an insulator, and then it's the wire on top of it. So you have to go splicing around different wires. Red Bull rear wing flex. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, I'm looking around. And the FIA is banning it. I'm looking around. Okay, you know what? To get started, I got a strange one for you. Check this out. I saw this yesterday. Check this out. You want to see something bizarre? Look at this. So, everybody knows there's a semiconductor shortage. If you've, like, tried to get, like, a graphics card or anything, there's a huge semiconductor shortage, right? Check this out. So, like, with cars, you know, the cars obviously don't, cars need the semiconductors too, right? Right? So Ford down at their, I like everything that's going on in here. So there's a semiconductor shortage, right? And Ford, basically what Ford did was like, well, we can't produce trucks. We don't have semiconductors. Ford said, screw it. Just literally screw it. Start making everything but the semiconductors. And they just started cranking out trucks again. I think F-150s look kind of poopy. These are Super Duties. This is all Super Duty stuff here. They said just start cranking out trucks with no chips in them. These things have no ECU. None of these trucks have an ECU in them. They're all dumb trucks. But they don't work. But I still think that's really funny. There's just fields and fields of trucks just sitting out there. What's an ECU? The computer. They don't have a computer. Wow. Can they take a bunch of conductors and just cut them in half? Well, then wouldn't they be quadrant conductors, not semiconductors? Just crank out some old school trucks with no electronics except the radio and I'll buy one. John, I have a theory about that, dude. I have a theory about that. Whoever just makes a base model truck that's literally a steering wheel, a radio, an engine, or motor, and four wheels. And yes, I said or motor. It could be electric. I think people are just fed up with complicated things, man. Now, seriously, even if you made an electric F-150, Brimo and I were talking about this. Like, Ford's going to make an electric F-150. It should literally just be a radio, a steering wheel, an electric motor, some batteries, and that's it. It's just a pickup bed, and that's all. About as simple as you can get. That's why I say carburetors are superior. The best part is no part, Luizo. I mean, More than half of my fleet is carbureted, so about that. Can you imagine the thought of it? Yeah, I know. I have a truck with no complicated electronics in it. I like it. Who listens to the radio nowadays? I don't know. Yeah, I know, Frey. $80,000 for a freaking truck. I'll tell you what I do like, though. I like my old trucks. Even up to the 90s. Even up to, like, stuff that looks like this. I like these. These are nice trucks. Yeah, see? See, this is a nice little truck right there. Yeah. Yeah, of course it doesn't get fuel economy. It's a freaking truck. See, that's a good-looking truck. The wheels are too small. No. This is perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. Perfect. Very nice. Yeah. Gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling inside. It has 2 gas tanks, Kaylee. Yeah. Those trucks came with a secondary tank, so you could haul around. You could. The gas tank's huge. It's for towing. They need to have tires that are at least enough to crush cars and painted blue. Yeah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. See, even a little basic truck like this, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's a nice truck. Nice big freaking steel bumper. Hell yeah. Yeah, see, Kaylee, I agree. Those are nice. Those are very, very nice. Very nice. Anyway. Yeah, they went to... Yeah, Kaylee, you know, especially when you see what came after that. They went from that Chad tier design to... Yeah, it's gotta be all aero efficient and stuff, right? So let's make a truck that looks like the nose got crushed under a monster truck. Ugh, look at all that plastic. See, look at it. Dude. See, like, you could have this or that. Come on now. Come on, give me that, man. I want this truck. Gives me Toyota vibes. Yeah. Ugh. Look at that. I mean, yeah, and Prey, I agree with you. Aero be damned. Aero doesn't really make that big of a difference above or below like 70 miles an hour. Who cares? It's a truck. Like, it's a truck. It's not going to be going 70 miles an hour. You're going to be towing stuff around. Ugh. Right? Right? Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Ugh. It's a truck. Who cares about aerodynamics? Well, apparently Ford in the 90s did. Look at this. Look at that. I wouldn't buy that. What a piece of junk. It even has like the same engine in it and stuff. I still wouldn't buy it. Hey, come on. D-Pick, okay, SVT Lightning is the one exception to that. What about this truck? I like it, Bandit. I approve. That's a 79. Yeah, 79's great. But do you need a truck in the city? It depends on what you're doing. If you run like a plumbing company, yeah, sure. All right. Let's look around. Clayton, I'm afraid I'm a fan of anything that's metal, and cars should be made out of metal. Plastic was a stupid idea. Do you know why? Plastic's recyclable, but it's only recyclable to an extent. Okay. Steel? So, like, okay, you have a 95 F-150. It's all steel. All of it. There's not many plastic parts on that. More of that car is recyclable. Old cars are easy to recycle. You know why? Because they're all metal. New cars? Nope. Not a lot of non-recyclable components on that one. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to play out real nice. So you would take a Prius over a plastic Ford? Yeah. I would take a car that would have less components that are recyclable, have more plastic on it, and is it capable of towing a stack of paper? And that's about... Oh, wait, no, I won't. No, absolutely not. Cybertruck? Yeah, well, hey, Tesla, I like Cybertruck. So, what do you think of the Fiat Fullback? I don't know. Hey, Kim, привет. Steel cars have rust problems in the winter region, though. Yeah, of course they do. But you gonna make a whole car out of plastic, Ray? I don't mind Cybertruck. There's just like a couple of things here and there that need to be buttoned up with its design. Yeah, pretty much. Sebby, what's this? This or this? The second one. Which is heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of plastic? Well, the plastic one would be lighter, right? They weigh the same. Anyway. I feel like I'm not supposed to like Cybertruck, but I still like it, and I'm not a truck guy either. Yeah. Aluminum is the way. Also very recyclable. Space News. All right, Kim. We got it. Did I watch Elon Musk on SNL? No, I didn't. Was it any good? Kind of off topic, but did you see the Iron Dome yesterday? I don't want to talk about that, Forge. I don't want to talk about that for pretty obvious reasons. We don't need to talk about that. Let me get the rest of the Space News links, and we'll get going from here. And just to finish up the Russian stuff, okay? All right. Space RGV stuff, okay? Okie dokie. We can start with the Russian stuff. Oh, and here come the Space News yawns. That's how you know we're ready to go. All right, let's see what we got. На космодром Восточный. They're preparing to launch a new batch of spacecraft from the satellite company OneWeb. Launch of the Soyuz 21B, Raketa-Nosитель Soyuz, with the Fregat upper stage, is scheduled to launch for late May. Okie dokie. Cool. We got a little video. Let's see what we got.
На космодроме «Восточный» готовится к запуску новой партии космических аппаратов спутниковой компании OneWeb. Пуск
OneWeb.
ракетоносителя «Союз-2-1Б» с разгонным блоком «Фрегат» запланирован в конце мая. На сегодняшний день группировка спутников OneWeb на низкой околоземной орбите составляет 182 космических аппарата. Низкоорбитальные космические аппараты OneWeb предназначены для обеспечения наземных потребителей высокоскоростным интернетом напрямую через спутниковую связь.
Cool. Cool beans. So they're putting together another OneWeb stack. It's funny, those satellites for OneWeb are made in Florida. What's this, Bandit? Oh, Insight. Yeah, we can see what's going on here. I thought that thing was in like low power mode. Cool. What else we got? Roscosmos and NASA set up a working group to jointly search for the causes of the air leak in the Zvezda module and ways to eliminate them. According to her, with a reference to Susan Helms, a spokesman for the NASA Aerospace Safety Advisory Board. According to her, NASA will send strain gauge indicators to the ISS, which will be delivered on the Cargo Dragon in early June, and then installed in the transfer chamber of Zvezda. She also noticed that there is no danger for the crew because the leak is stable. Yeah, I love it, Kem. I love it. They put that designed in California, made in China crap on the boxes. Because they're like, hey, you know, at least we designed it here, right? Like, that's always what I got. That's always what I got from that. That's always what I got from that. I'll not tolerate Apple hate. All right. That always made me happy. It's like, hey, look, this is a nice phone, right? Hey, at least we designed it here, you know. I'm sorry, that makes me laugh. Yeah, watching from an iPhone 11 right now. I think this is, what is this one? This is like an 8 or something? Something like that. You still have a button. It's an 8 Plus. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the... yeah, no, I don't like that. I don't like the no button thing, dude. Screw that. Landfill in the USA. Yeah, right? Okay, Space News yawns are coming in hot and heavy right now. Okie dokie. Anyway, so it's interesting. Roscosmos, now it looks like they asked NASA to help set up a working group to jointly search for the cause of the air leaks in Zvezda. Oh, yeah. No, you first on Triton. Got him. You can check the original post. Yeah, NASA Safety Advisory Board. Interesting. I'm guessing you saw this or have it in the queue. Voyager 1 surveys interstellar space. Its density measurements are making waves. Cool. Alright, let's get to the next news. See what else we got. The Android Technics Company, the creators of the unforgettable Fyodor robot, didn't give up on the idea to create a new robot for extravehicular work on the space station. They expect to create the first working model of Teledroid in 2023. According to the company's representative, the robot will look like a human torso without legs and will be attached to a manipulator arm. It will mostly work in avatar mode. Previously, it was planned to install it on Nauka, but since Roscosmos plans for NEM has changed, we can expect Android Technics will have more time to create something more useful and less ridiculous then Fyodor and Roscosmos can create a better PR campaign for it. I knew this sounded familiar. Kem, why would they want a copy of Robot made by GM? Why would you do that? Why would someone do that? You want some nightmare fuel? Want some nightmare fuel, chat? There you go. They rolled this out a little while back, dude. And by a little while, I mean a long time ago. GM worked with NASA to make an extravehicular activity robot a long time ago. Which creepypasta is this? I don't know, man. But that's just strange. It's not as bad as Steve the other day. I'm still thinking about that fish. Oh, dude, no. No, why did you... Stop it. Don't do that again. Anyway. Kem, what do you got here? Nauka is being moved to the vacuum chamber. Okay, let's go over here. There's the space station module. Cool. So this is the Russian Nauka, which means science in Russian. They're completing final checkouts, and it should be launching to the space station, yes, to the ISS. In a couple of months, actually. July, I think, is where they're targeting. They're moving it. This is footage of them, of Roscosmos, moving it into the vacuum chamber. How many protons are left after this launch? I'm not sure. I heard the Russians are leaving the ISS. It remains to be seen. What is the 3 million flurbos? Like 3 test launches of the small shuttle? No, that's the money in KSP, RJ. Any idea what this is? I don't know. Now it goes on the ground for so long they don't care where to launch it. Yes, but what am I paying for? Yeah, check the VOD. Check the VOD. I broke it down pretty hard on the last VOD. Look, Nauka's attached to the payload attachment fitting for Proton right there. Awesome. Forge's link. Possible catching component pathfinders. Maybe. See, the module's already attached to the payload attachment fitting. That's where see this flange right here? That flat piece? That's where the That's where the fairing will attach to. I don't know, Core. I have no idea. Okay, RJ, thanks, man. They do a good job, Graph Shark. They really do. I mean, NASA always has to make something like this into some big publication, right? Roscosmos just films it, and they just cut the film together and just post it. I like this. This is very nice. I mean, sometimes they put music over it as well, but this stock footage is great. And NASA, don't get me wrong, NASA does have a lot of stock footage. They do have stock footage that they put on images.nasa.gov. Like, what I'm saying is, like, NASA should take, like, a YouTube channel and just offload the videos there. And it gets 2,000 views. Oh, here it is, inside of the vacuum chamber. The hatch on the vacuum chamber is open right now, though. That's a big vacuum chamber. It's the stream before the truck stream, RJ, yeah. Is Nauka's hatch open? It is. Interesting. So that was them moving it into the vacuum chamber here. I think this is the same vacuum chamber that they used to test Soyuz. I think. Either way, pretty awesome. It isn't as a non-profit. They can demonetize a channel, Tessa. Alright, here's a still picture. Pneumatic tests of the module were completed at Baikonur for the science module. Within a month, the tightness of the hull hatches and docking units and the functions of the pneumo-hydraulic system and engines, as well as external hydraulic systems and their installation, were checked. Hey. There it is before it moved to the vacuum chamber, but yeah, still cool. Sergey, why did you leave hatch open? I don't know. You said leave hatch open. No! Close hatch, давай. Classic Russian propaganda on the wall. That's Sergei Korolev, and it says the road to the stars starts here. Guys, that's the guy that invented Soyuz. Come on now. Come on now. I'm sorry, that made me laugh. It literally says the road to the stars starts here. That's all. It'd be like somebody at NASA having a picture of Von Braun on their desk. He's watching though. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Alright, that's all that's going from the Russian news here. Let's see what else we got. I'm going to try to put stuff in here that isn't necessarily... That stuff there. That can go there. Put that there. Put that there. And then, as always, there's the Starship vids. They ever find that Chinese rocket? It came down in the Maldives. Okay, there's the new vid right there. Alright. So, check this out. This is coming from NASA Insight. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3, 4, 5. Using my robotic arm to drop soil over my seismometer's tether to better insulate it as I listen for Mars quakes. I've already detected hundreds of quakes. All right, let's take a look. Dig a hole. Last Starship video is like 30 minutes long. Okay. Look at that. So they're covering up the seismometer so it can better hear for Mars quakes. That's cool. They dug a hole on Mars. Man, I remember when Insight landed and this was all super clean. Look at it now. Well, yeah. Yeah, Tessa, maybe. All right, so check this out. This is coming from NSF, from the Fleet Cam. Look at that. 1051.10. That's cool, man. The booster that's flown 10 times, sitting at the Cape there. So this is coming from NSF's Fleet Cam here. Let's see. Let's go back and, yeah, let's look here. Man, that thing is toasty! Are they going to go for 11? I think so, Kem. Something tells me that they will. Do you think it'll survive many more flights? I mean, yeah, maybe. As long as I mean, I don't see any reason why they would go mess with this unless they saw something. So, I don't know. Nice, Forge. I like that. I think they'll get, yeah, I think they're gonna keep going till it explodies. Do you think they'll clean it up for the next flight? Don't know. Man, look at that. Look at that freaking thing, dude. Why would you ever do that, Limprod? Don't do that again. Flex, how are you? Look at that, man. So that came into port. That was from the 10th reflight from the Starlink mission the other day. That thing has flown 10 times since it first flew in 2019. That is the booster that flew on Demo 1. Actually, believe it or not, I have a picture of it. Here. No, that's Cam. I don't want Cam. Not yet, at least. If we go into our Falcon research pictures here. There it is. That's the same booster. Do they actually have to clean it up, though? They didn't clean it up once. Oh, that's cool, man. From SpaceX Official. Yeah. We watched that video already, Forge. Each layer of soot means more heat shield. Yep, that's what it looks like. That is the same booster as that. Yep. That's it rolling out on the demo flight 1, the first Dragon 2 flight into space. That's the dude, that's the same booster. You gotta be kidding me. Same engines too. Yep. SpaceX is very explicit about their nomenclature when it comes to reuse versus refurbishability. That booster has the 9 engines on it, and those 9 engines have stayed on it since it left the factory in Hawthorne. SpaceX is very clear about that. How hard would it be to clean it? A pressure washer? Yeah, no, I've you hear it from SpaceX. I've noticed this. You hear it from SpaceX. They're very explicit with how they explain things. If they say reused, what reused means to SpaceX is that they didn't take the engines out. They did some small maintenance here and there and small checkouts. And honestly, what we see from here supports that theory. These lines that are on the booster are the welds. Those are where the aluminum plates that they use to make Falcon 9 butt up together. So it looks like all they've been doing really is inspecting the welds with an x-ray. They x-ray the welds to make sure that there's no weak spots. They probably clean out the tanks, and they probably clean out the COPVs, if I had to guess. And then they probably replace the TATB, the T-tab, the triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane in the engines. Because that's the ignition fluid. The Merlin 1D has igniter fluid. Apparently the soot gets embedded in the paint. It is a pain in the butt to try and clean up, Ando. Anybody that owns a diesel truck knows exactly what I'm talking about. If you have diesel truck and that soot gets on the paint, you don't just wipe it off. You can't do that. If you wipe it off, you're going to wipe the paint off with it. Why? Because it's like sand. It'll scrape, it's like abrasive. It'll scrape the paint off. You don't want to do that. The engines do get switched around from time to time, Thomas. Yeah, if they need to swap one out. They have done that in the past. I'm not sure if they did that with that exact booster, though. But I'm pretty sure that one, 1051, has all of the same... Now I'm like thinking in my head. I'm pretty sure that one has all the same. Oh, jeez. They removed the legs from 1049. Interesting. So this latest booster was the 10th for this booster and the 83rd successful overall for SpaceX. It's a lot of dollar dues saved. Yep, absolutely. Doesn't the kerosene muck up inside the turbo pumps too? Not if they purge the engines. Yeah, a lot of it is cleaning stuff out, guys. The COPVs, for instance, you got to purge them. You got to purge the COPVs, and they could do that. I guess they could do that during launch operations when they, begin helium loadouts. But I don't know that one for sure, to be honest with you. Interesting. Alright, guys, my back's being a little funky. I'm just gonna, looks like it's raining down in Florida. I'm gonna get Fleet Cam up for a second, and then I'm just gonna go stretch my back out. Sometimes when I take a knee when I'm streaming, my back's locking up. I gotta stretch it. All right, I'm back. And my back should be working. I already have herniated discs, Falcon. We're way past that. Oh, we're way past that, Jerry. Okay, so that's cool. We got here's more pictures from Julia Bergeron over at NSF here. Take a look. Man, see, look, they clean up the welds and they clean up the hatches. It's crazy. And then there's the fin falgot. That's a cool little tug. Look at that thing. There's the octo grabber. All right. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, RJ. Thank you. Which next place site included the Black Band in their launch manifest? All right, next news here. So, it's coming from Northrop Grumman. Our GM-63 solid rocket motors are on their way to support ULA's Atlas V STP-3 mission, space flight test project for the Space Force. Now, this isn't necessarily anything new, but I did want to show you guys this. It's a big reefer truck, but it has a lot more wheels because it's way heavier, because SRBs are extremely heavy. Check that out. It's very cool because you don't really get to see STP-3 will be the first launch of the Vulcan style fairings. Cool. Yeah, see, I always say more wheels, more weight. Is that 2 reefers side by side? It just looks like a double wide, to be honest with you. But it's a double wide that has a little more horsepower than the average double wide. Anyway. Northrop Grumman really doesn't ever post how they move the dang things around, but it's cool to see. Alright, next news.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's up, Rares? 41-month resub. Hello. You catch this. Oh, that's neat. Cool, man. Heyo. So this is the Core Stage 2 hydrogen tank. It's going to get the spray-on foam insulation. It's going to get the spray-on foam insulation attached to it. You can tell because all the holes are plugged up. Well, they're not holes, but everything is all plugged up. If you look, check that out. That's really cool. The cool thing about it is that this hydrogen tank is passing by the LOX tank, which is finished, and the inner tank, which is also finished. This inner tank will be on top right here. And that vent line will be attached to that umbilical right there soon. This is for Core Stage 2. Green rocket bad? Yeah, sure. Yeah, green rocket. Yes. That thing looks like it'll be ready before the RD1 launch. The Core Stage will be finished by the end of the year. Yeah, absolutely. Core Stage 2 will be ready to go. And it's what I mean. Hellfish, everybody based like how quickly an SLS can get made off of Core Stage 1. And you know good and well, anytime you do something for the first time, it's always going to be the slowest. You know? It doesn't matter. Every time you say you go to work and you take on a new task at work, the first time you do it, you're going to be like, and then you'll be able to eventually get that honed in and slow, like closer over time. Now with Core Stage 2 will probably take about half the time it took to make Core Stage 1. No joke. And that's right from SLS engineers. If you read any NASA spaceflight article by Phil Sloss, you'll be able to tell that. So, I mean, look, Core Stage 2 is going to be ready by the end of this year. That means you could I'd say feasibly get Artemis 2 off sometime in 2022, in late 2022, if you really wanted to be like super careful, right? That Wario. Nice, huh? So, yeah, man. I mean, they're only going to produce cores faster and faster. And we'd have to block by sometime soon. We really got to get that done. Yeah, Thomas, I have to jump into that, and that's why I wanted to transfer over to this. So, there's some Rule 8 stuff brewing here. Thomas, where's this? Where's the article? We need to go right to the source. So, a bunch of people this morning started and have two more SLS cores by the end of 2022. Agreed. How's Vulcan going? Vulcan should be done by the end of this year as well, if not into early 2022. But it should be done by the end of this year. Senator Cantwell, chair of the Senate Commerce Committee overseeing NASA, and senator from Blue Origin's home state, calls for a $10 billion boost to NASA's HLS program to maintain competitiveness by funding, design, development, testing, and evaluation for not fewer than 2 entities. It worked. Well, at least I hope it worked. Yes, right? Now, keep in mind, that's just a proposal. That's not gone through, but ¿Qué pasa, Squall? What's up, man? This guy over here playing 7-dimensional intergalactic planetary gear set chess over here. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. I'm curious to read this. It's not working right now. You want the next launch, I got you. Rocketlaunch.live. My buddy Pat runs this. I gotta sneeze. Allergies. Oh, hey, by the way, I need $10 billion. Yeah, it's 150 pages. Not all of it's NASA stuff. Bless. Thank. All right. So, yeah, Black Brent is going to try at 8 o'clock tonight. But anyway. All right, let's get to the good stuff. So wait, what is this bill? Hold on, let me take a look. Read the replies to this. I don't want to lose brain cells. This is... I'm just a bill. To establish a new directorate for technology innovation in the National Science Foundation to establish a regional technology hub to require... It is enacted by the state and House of Representatives. The Endless Frontier Act. Okay. For over 70 years, the U.S. has been the unequivocal global leader in scientific and technological innovation, and as a result, people of the United States have benefited through good-paying jobs, economic prosperity, and a higher quality of life. Today, however, this leadership position is being eroded and challenged by foreign competitors. Dang Russians with their propaganda on their walls, some of which are stealing intellectual property. They ain't talking about them. Yeah, okay. Let's get to the good stuff. I want to get to the good stuff. It passed out of committee 24-4. Sweet. Let's go take a look at this bill. Ah, here we go. Trying to find the SLS part. Yeah, I'm looking for it. We're going digging. Hey, Aaron, what's going on? You know what? I just want to get to human land. Oh, no human landing system. How about HLS? Uh-oh. How about SLS? This might not be the one saying SLS things. I don't think it is, dude. There's no mention of NASA and there's no mention of anything else in here. I'm sifting through it. I don't see much. Let's go back over to Joey's thing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that's the right one, Thomas. That's probably that's not the right one. Let's see what Joey's citing over here. Yeah, see, human landing system. Yeah, no, we got to find the right thing. All right. Human landing system program. Space launch system configurations. Huh? In carrying out the human landing system program referred to in paragraph 1, the administrator shall encourage reusability. Okay, we knew that. All right. You got it, TJ? All right, let's see what we got. So this is Title 4, Space Matters. Subtitle A, Space Act. This is the one? Okie dokie. The increasingly congested nature of the space environment requires immediate action to address the threat of collisions between spacecraft and orbital debris. Okay. Such collisions could threaten billions of dollars of infrastructure. Yep. SSA. Space situational awareness. Information. Okay, SSA is like Space Force and stuff. We gotta get to the good stuff. Competitive within the human landing system program. Okay, there's the stuff that Joey cited there. Okay. Commercial entities in the United States have made significant investment and progress toward the development of the human landing class landers. NASA developed the Artemis program to fulfill the goal landing the U.S. astronauts, including the first woman and the next man, on the moon, and to collaborate with commercial and international partners to establish sustainable lunar exploration by 2028. In carrying out the Artemis program, the administrator should ensure that the entire Artemis program is inclusive and representative of all people of the United States. Maintaining multiple technically credible providers within NASA commercial programs is a best practice that reduces program risk. It shall be the policy of the United States that to bolster the domestic space technology industrial base using existing tools and authorities, in particular in areas central to competition between the United States and and China. Here, go up to this part. Yeah. Basically, they want to keep HLS competitive. Dude, I freaking called that. We called it, chat. We called it. It's so funny. I can't believe they fell for that. Don't tell nobody. Don't tell Congress. Jesus Christ. So stupid. How does that even happen? It's a power boom, Liam. Basically a very, very strong boom for lifting very big things at very high altitudes. I'll talk about it more. Dude, I mean, what did we expect when HLS got? Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Rocket Guy. NASA played him like a fiddle. It's so funny to me that they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I'm sorry. I mean, it sucks that they got underfunded, but yeah, better late than never, I guess. If you want to make your boss approve something, you got to make him think it was his idea. It's so true. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so funny. I can't believe that. I can't believe they actually fell for that. That's unbelievable. So, okay. All right. Let me bring you guys up to speed. Okay. Look. NASA released a source selection statement for the Human Landing System program. Basically, the source selection statement for the HLS means who and what is going to make the lunar lander for the Artemis program. They released it a couple months ago, okay? When they released it, they said SpaceX was the only one that can build us a lander because they're the only one that has a price point that we can afford because we got underfunded by Congress. Last summer, NASA went to Congress, or the executive branch did. So Jim, basically, this guy right here, he went to Congress and said, "Look, I need like $5 billion for human landing system." And NASA said, or not NASA, the Rule 8 people said, 2.9 billion is the best I could do. Yeah, there's not a lot of human landing systems. There's not really a demand for that. There's not a lot of demand for that. They basically underfunded the heck out of them, right? And basically it forced NASA to only be able to pick SpaceX. But here's the thing. In the broad agency announcement, all right, the BAA, so what does that mean? The broad agency announcement is NASA saying, look, is basically NASA's original announcement saying that they're looking for people to make lunar landers for them, right? So the BAA for HLS, it says that NASA didn't have to choose anyone. They could have said, no, nobody meets the criteria here. They didn't have to choose one, okay? But in the broad agency announcement criteria, it did say that they had to choose two, and they had to down select two, okay? In the source selection statement, NASA basically said, we had to pick two, but there was no two combination option where we had enough money for, so we picked one. And I have a theory here that they did that on purpose. These chain of events were all set in motion last summer, okay? When the funding for it originally came through. The reason why is because in NASA's source selection statement, they said in September of 2020 that, look, we basically can only choose SpaceX, so how are we going to do this? So keep in mind, like I said, NASA could have picked nobody, right? But they picked SpaceX, and I really honestly and truly think the reason why they picked SpaceX as the sole provider was because the national team and Dynetics are both, the national team inadvertently and Dynetics, which is a Leidos company, are both defense contractors. I'm pretty dang sure they picked SpaceX and SpaceX alone because they knew that people would get pissed off at them picking one provider and give NASA more money. And that's pretty much exactly what's happening. That's what I mean when they say they fell for it hook, line, and sinker, which is really funny. I mean, that's... I'm still surprised by the dedication to 2024. Could have easily said no one gets picked and avoid all the drama pushing the date back. Yeah, Phil, it's very interesting. I mean, and now you all of a sudden you hear a $10 billion allotment being proposed by people for the HLS program. It's funny. We get to sit back and just say, oh, yep, no, you're right. No, yeah, you just gotta have to fund that human landing system program. It's competitive. It has to stay competitive. It has to stay competitive because it has to be representative of all people of the United States. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay. Yep. All right. All right. Pretty much, Tessa. Oh, boy. I can't believe they fell for that. I really, like, please, if someone wants to go through and examine this policy and look at it a little bit more, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what just happened. Rocket Guy, don't you dare. Oh no, more money for landers and upper stages. Actually, I don't know the upper stages part. Let's go take a look. So, this is all human landing system. Let's take a look. Let's read. Now's the time to learn. All right? Human landing system. So, what does Congress think we should do? In carrying out the human landing system program referred in paragraph 1, the administrator shall encourage reusability and sustainability as systems develop. I like that one. Offer existing capabilities at the assets of NASA centers to support such partnerships. I want that one. So that means if you're building a lander, you could use NASA's test stands if you want. I like that one. Seek to foster a robust and diverse space technology industrial base. I really like that one. I like that. I tell you what, boy, I really like that option C right there. That's the real good one, boy. All right. Okay, authorization and appropriations. In addition to the amounts otherwise appropriated for the Artemis program for fiscal years 2021 through 2026, there is authorized to be appropriated not less than $10 billion to NASA to carry out the human landing system program. Oh, look at NASA, my little Hercules. Hercules, 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 Hercules. Oh, that's pretty good. This got passed? Bro. It's almost there. Senate Commerce Committee just passed the Endless Frontiers Act. S-1260 as modified, 24-4. Dude. Holy, we're halfway there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. Oh my god. That's really funny, actually. Wow. I kind of want to read more. Okay, so 2021 through 2026. So that's 5 years. So $10 billion, that's $2 billion per year. Keep in mind, it's not linear like that. It would need to be 10 billion allocated, but ideally you'd want funding to peak 2022, 2023, 2024, and then go down 2025 and 2026. That would be the correct way to do this. But that's a good authorization. That's good. That's, dude, 10 billion extra dollars for NASA, man. Over 5 years. That's ding. That's good. That's what we want. NASA promised to HLS, not Congress, so they could still say flex you, NASA, right? Yeah, they could, Monica, but they're literally saying the opposite here in this. Depending on BOF or Dynetics can restructure, we could see all three HLS systems get funding through Dynetics, though Dynetics may be out for the count. Oh my goodness. Jim is my hero. I can't, dude, he played them like a freaking fiddle. Jim's probably sitting at his desk going, oh, jeez. Yeah, it still needs to go through the appropriations committee. That's correct. So we're halfway there. This is good news though. That's a good sign. Okay, SLS configurations. Here we go. What do we have here? This also calls for a mobile launcher platform. The administrator is authorized to maintain 2 operational ML platforms to enable the launch of multiple configurations of the Space Launch System. Multiple configurations. I don't like that. I just make them both for Block 1B. That's okay. It's better than nothing. To meet the capability requirements under Section 302(c)(2) of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2010, the administrator shall continue the development of the exploration upper stage for Space Launch System with a scheduled availability sufficient for use on the 3rd launch of the Space Launch System. Oh boy, EUS funding. They say this is the true NASA. $1 billion. Oh boy, more EUS funding for the stage that should have came with it in the first place. Yeah, it's true, Caveman. Alright, let's see. What else do we got here? Not later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the administrator shall brief the appropriations powers and development and schedule availability for the exploration upper stage for the third launch. So Artemis 3 is going to use the EUS. No, this is actually a good idea. Like, okay, so I know SLS with the EUS isn't enough to get something into low lunar orbit, but with the national team's design, Lockheed Martin, right? Lockheed Martin is making... Lockheed, nice. I did a nominal. Lockheed Martin is making the Ascent module. The Ascent module to the 3-stage lander option that the national team is doing, all right, is reusable. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. No, the Ascent module is reusable. So SLS, right? SLS with the descent module and then a transfer stage being sent up by like New Glenn or something. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Pretty good. It's not a bad way to do that. Or you could have New Glenn launch the descent module out there, which it should be able to do. That should be able to get it to rectilinear halo. And then SLS with a transfer stage and the Orion capsule. Ooh, that would make it... You could get to low lunar with that. Ooh, I like this. I like this. We're playing Legos with rockets. I like this. Can we put the descent module on top of the Lunar Starship? I don't think so. I mean, you could use Lunar Starship as a transfer stage, O-Force. And this is what they mean when they say sustainability. I get it. You know, you could say that, oh, they just want the national team to get a contract too. And I understand that. I get it. However, right? This redundant dissimilar architecture is very, very useful. You could use Lunar Starship as a transfer stage for the other landers if you want to, if it had a small enough payload. Oh, there's no way this is gonna happen. All right, there's no way this will happen. But imagine Lunar Starship at the gateway, right? And Lunar Starship undocks, and then the Blue Origin descent module and the Lockheed Martin ascent module dock to Lunar Starship. Lunar Starship has the Blue Origin lander, the national team lander, as payload, gets it down to low lunar orbit. They separate. Starship, unmanned, lands down on the moon, and then the Blue Origin lander comes down and lands right next to it. Instant lunar base. Oh, frick. But why the extra lander? Just use Starship. Because you might not need to move 100 tons down to the surface, Balk, so you can use Lunar Starship as a transfer stage if you want. So a while back during the SLS jiggle, you said you were really worried about summer review of the budget. Does this mean there's no cause to worry? This is good news, Phil. This is good news. I was worried. Like, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. And I don't think I need to say why. Phil, I don't think I need to say why the change of the executive branch I saw as kind of a weird thing for NASA. Especially with all the turmoil going around. I'm not saying one person's better than the other. Just don't do that. You know what I mean. Anytime there's a presidential change, there's turbulence for NASA. Every single time. That's just symptom of our system, right? Not a symptom. It's just a byproduct. That's just something that happens. We seem to be in the clear. I'm serious. This is I've heard pretty much nothing but good news. Don't get me wrong. It's not the best news, but it's not bad by any means. No. Not bad. I'm writing Artemis fan fiction. Shut up, C-22. So if the EUS is going to be on the third launch instead of the fourth, if this it's possible, Ryan, yeah. I took this picture a while back. That's a great picture, man. Yeah, TJ, I'm wondering, right? There's still a couple of things where I'm like, but so far, like, okay, I'll speak very candidly about Rule 8, and I don't usually do this. Picking Bill Nelson as the NASA administrator that was solid pick. Seriously, very good idea. That's not bad. Not a bad way to say that, or not a bad way to do that. Could have been worse. Could have been way worse. So, this is what's, guys, basically, so another thing is if you want to learn about how, like, U.S. civics, like how this works, this is the Senate basically saying, based off of what we've heard, this is what I think we should do. Now, keep in mind, the Senate is the higher house of the legislative branch of the U.S., okay? So, it's still, there's a higher house and there's a lower house. The lower house is called the House of Representatives, right? So the House of Representatives has representatives from every state, and that's totally contingent on the representatives from every state's population. So there could be more representatives from states that have more people in them, right? And then the Senate, up at the top, the higher legislative branch, right? They're the ones that sign stuff into law. I am the Senate. And that has 2 senators from every state. So this is more, if you're from the states, you probably already know this. If you don't, this is civics. This is the legislative branch of the 3 houses of the federal government. Well, not 3 houses, the 3 chambers of the federal government, or 3 branches, I guess. And this is the Senate basically saying we should probably do this. Now, that has to bounce back to the House. The Senate can propose bills, and the House of Representatives can propose bills, okay? They could both propose bills, but if they want something to pass, both of them have to agree on it, okay? If the Senate throws this over to the House, and the House who generally is in charge of, they're in charge of coming up with the plan based off of, in the context of NASA, they come up with the plan based off of what the executive branch wants. So if the president will say, we want to go to the moon in 2024, for instance, we should do it doing this, 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 and this. The House will be like, okay, how much do we think that's going to cost? And they'll come up with a structure for it. And then it'll bounce back to the Senate, who the Senate will take that bill and they'll sign it into law. Okay? So with a NASA Authorization Act, for instance, the executive branch proposes it. The House of Representatives sees how much that's going to cost and funds it. And then the Senate will pass it into law, and then NASA has to do it. Like right now, at this particular point in time, getting someone on the moon in 2024 is the law. NASA has to do it under penalty of law. So the House of Representatives in the U.S. basically controls the purse strings. The Senate is the one that signs stuff into law. The executive branch is kind of overseeing everything, right? And then there's the third branch, which we don't talk about much here. That's interpretation of the law. So that's the judicial branch, which has a whole hierarchy system. And basically all the way at the top, you have the Supreme Court, right? There's levels of court in the United States. There's state court, and then there's different districts, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then there's the Supreme Court after that. If a state court can't figure out a case, it'll go higher and higher and higher and higher, and that's when people say it goes all the way to the Supreme Court. That's the Supreme Court is interpretation of the law at like a broad federal level, all right? Not every case should go all the way up there, right? So we don't deal much with the judicial branch over here on this stream. Like that's not really my thing. I'm more interested in the legislative branches and the executive branch because that's way more pertinent to NASA. These pictures are great, Funky. You did a great job, seriously. The authorization gets signed into law, Spotuous. Under penalty of goose, penalty of death. So, yeah, it's actually not a bad way of doing things. There's checks and balances all over the place. So, I mean, a lot of folks say nowadays that it's bureaucratic and it goes intentionally slow. And yet, yeah, that's the idea. The idea is so nobody can do something dumb. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is good news thus far. I'm looking at some pretty great stuff in here. I don't mind this. And this is coming from the Senate, which the Senate... The last Senate bill I read, I really didn't like. We'll see. All right, let's see. Propulsion test article to meet requirements under Section 302(c)(3) of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2010, 42 U.S. Code 18322(c)(3). The administrator shall, immediately on completion of the first full duration integrated core stage test of the Space Launch System, Artemis 1, initiate development of a main propulsion test article for integrated core stage propulsion elements of the Space Launch System, consistent with cost and schedule constraints, particularly for long lead propulsion hardware needed for flight. Okay, so Thomas, this is what David pointed this out. An MPTA for SLS, for long lead items. Can you break down? Absolutely. Sure. So, a main propulsion testing article. Interesting. Let me read section 2 and section 3. Not later than 180 days after the date of the enactment of this act, submit to the appropriate committees of Congress a detailed plan for the development and operation of such an MPTA article, and use existing capabilities of NASA centers for the design, manufacture, and operation of the main propulsion test article. No crap. Another good idea. This is a good call. All right. So, what's a main propulsion test article? A main propulsion testing article is basically a dud version of whatever rocket you're trying to launch in every way except for the fuel tanks and the rocket engines. In the case of the space shuttle, a main propulsion test article was basically the back end of a shuttle attached to a lattice, right, with an external tank. That's the shuttle MPTA right there. It's literally the back of an orbiter. It's the back of a space shuttle. If we go into images, I'm sure we can see a picture of it. There it is. It's the back of a space shuttle. An exact one-to-one copy of the space shuttle's aft engine segment. It is an exact thing. It's real. They could take this piece and put it on the back of a shuttle and it'd be fine. Apparently the MPTA has something to do with femur bones as well. Huh. Nice. Cool. Frontal. So that's a medical way of saying side view. So, what they actually look what populates if you type in the MPTA. Check that out. Here, let's just type main propulsion. So, basically what they did, here, this is the picture that I'm looking for. What they did with the shuttle's main propulsion test articles was you had the shuttle, right? And you had the structural and the fuel tank attachments on the back of the shuttle. This is an exact shuttle replica. And then where the payload bay in the front of the space shuttle would be, you just have a lattice segment that attaches to the space shuttle's front bipod, right? And then what they did, they put the external tank in here, right? And they tilted the whole thing at 15 degrees and they fired the engines in the test stand. This is the same test stand that they used for the SLS Green Run. Same thing. They used it for the shuttle as well. Frontal is a medical way of saying front. Yeah, you can tell because of the way it is. So, it's very interesting to me. Why? So let's talk about this for a second. Now, we already have and this is where I'm like, okay, once again, we have where we are, and then we have what this is proposing. This is proposing for an SLS main propulsion test article for long lead items. Long lead items are basically the things that take longer to make. Any Factorio player knows what a long lead item is. Something that takes a lot longer to make and will bottleneck your entire production line. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That's a long lead item. In terms of rocketry, what's a long lead item? Anybody know? Rocket guy, don't be quiet. Anybody know? What's a long lead item? They always do that, Wisp. Well, test equipment, Nambra, they already said to use existing NASA testing equipment. The engines are the long lead item. The RS-25s. That's the long lead item. So, if you were NASA and you wanted... So what do we know that NASA needs to do a sustainable Artemis mission, right? Let's talk ourselves through it. I'm not trying to teach here. I'm proposing a theory, all right? Let's work our way through it. We know... So the end goal is they want a main propulsion test article to test long lead items. So what does that mean? If they're making a main propulsion test article for RS-25s, that means they want to test RS-25s, but they don't have a core stage to do it. Why wouldn't they have core stages? I'm actually asking. Let's think about this for a second. Why would you do that? 10 poles are long lead items. I see what you did there. Got to be the second generation of SLS. It could be, Tessa. For long leads, though? For long lead items? Really? Because we've only purchased 3 of them. I think that has something to do with it, Blue. I think this is a way for NASA to hedge its bets. Like, okay, this is my theory. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. I think this is a way for NASA to hedge its bets because a block buy might take a little bit longer than we think. This is basically NASA setting itself up to be able to block buy. Because what do? You want to be able to put those shuttle engines on the test stand. And you want to be able to make sure those RS-25Es are working correctly. And then, when the block buy comes along, oh look, we just have a bunch of engines that have already been flight tested in a main propulsion test article variant. Oh, gee. Damn, screw us, right? And then you can just slap together a bunch of these things, slap, whoosh, and launch a bunch of them. I think that's what's going on. What data would that yield comparatively to testing them individually? Maybe they want to static fire every core. Phil? Whoosh, slap, OMG. Tanks have a limited number of refills for test fire. Yeah. And, Caveman, they could also use a main propulsion testing article, which I assume is basically one core stage, right? One core stage that they could throw on the test stand and just swap out the engines every time, which means that every set of SLS engines will have a static fire behind them. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good idea. OMG. NASA going to slap stuff to the moon. Wow. Yeah, Davy's cool. I like that channel. Yeah, Core. Exactly. I think that's what's going on. Why else would they make it? We've already greened run. Something that one of my actually huge critiques of the SLS program in terms of structure and funding up until this point has been the B2 test stand. All right? The test stand where NASA did its green run, where they fired that SLS stage off, and it was frigging magnificent. I mean, that's a picture of them testing a Saturn V core stage, which is hilarious. Because when the SLS fires into this, you get a big cloud of rain, right? When the Saturn V core stage fired into this, yeah, the sound suppression system couldn't take the flames. Just it basically still flames came out of the flame bucket, right? But my question is, what is Dogecoin? It's a hustle. Yeah, it's a hustle. Anyway, the B2 test stand for the SLS program, all right? NASA paid a lot of money. I forget how much it is. It's somewhere in the billions, right? They paid a lot of money to refit this thing for SLS, all right? And it didn't make much sense to me that they would do it for one SLS core. Wouldn't you want to get your money's worth on the refit and static fire every single SLS core, or at least fire the engines, right? that gives you better data. That will make the missions more reliable, right? Well, there you go. It could also be to continue development of the RS-25Es to improve them. Well, Tesla, they could just do that on the A2 test stand. The A2 test stand down the road is already firing RS-25s on it. No, this is, I mean, you're right, but also they want an MPTA. That makes a lot of sense. And I'll bet you that main propulsion test article is so they can get more runtime on that B2 test stand and get their money's worth. And who knows, eventually down the road, we might see every SLS core just get static fired. That's every S1C, every Saturn V first stage that flew was tested on the B2 test stand, just like every Falcon 9 that's flown is static fired and tested multiple times. They do that to get the data. To see how the core stage is operating. More runtime on the stage is more understanding what the stage can do, and better understanding of what the stage is doing and what the stage can do with the data will yield way safer spaceflight by a pretty big factor. That's pretty cool, man. But the EUS was next for the B2 test stand, unless they will make it hot swappable between the two. Considering, Thomas, that the EUS is hung from a diameter, from its hydrogen tank, right? The LOX tank on the EUS is hanging, along with the RL-10s. It's hanging inside of the inner stage, right? If it's using the same diameter, yeah, sure. Why couldn't it be hot swappable? And you could just fire the RL-10s without the nozzle on them. We know that works. Holy crap, dude. What a play. Smart, man. Smart. And this always goes back to how I look at this, all right? A lot of... When you look at NASA's law, all right, and how NASA signs stuff into law, it isn't just about, congressman this and senator that, and, like, you have to do this. You have to go back to the moon in 2024 is arbitrary, blah, blah, blah. It's not just that. A lot of NASA's actual laws and a lot of NASA's actual policies, even though it's a Rule 8 thing, and Rule 8 is inherently based in human social behavior because the government is a social construct. We created it. That's not something that exists in nature, right? But, I mean, it's for a good reason. I agree with it. I'm not trying to say, like, oh, it doesn't exist. That's dumb. Those people, no, we don't like those people. A lot of NASA's law is based in engineering. And this is a very good example of that. A lot of it is. It's based entirely on the engineering. So the SLS program taking a long time, that's because of the engineering, guys. That's because we drastically underestimated how hard it is to build something as big as a Saturn V 50 years after we launched the last Saturn V. Forgot how difficult this stuff is. This stuff takes time. And a lot of the laws are rooted directly into the engineering. All right? The engineering denotes the law, not vice versa. All right? If it was, then NASA would say, oh, we're going to go to the moon this year. Because we'll use magical pixie dust to fund our rocket and to fund and fly our rocket, right? It'll get there on our hopes and dreams. It's always rooted in engineering. Always has been. Especially when it comes to law applying to NASA. It's smart, man. This is good stuff. They have some kind of makeshift made of scrap stand. Yeah, Reverell, that Falcon 9 test stand is actually the one that they built. Do you want to see the original? The original test stand that SpaceX used for Falcon 9 firings was left over from Beale Aerospace. Elon bought an entire rocket testing facility wholesale. Beale Aerospace was a private spaceflight company from the 90s. They were a private spaceflight company from the 90s, and they used McGregor for testing. There they are testing one of their engines. McGregor was already set up to test rocket motors. SpaceX just bought Beale Aerospace's test stands wholesale, including the tripod test stand that they use for Raptor. See? The tripod test stand that Beale was using, right? SpaceX ended up using that as a Falcon 9 test stand. And then everybody complained because firing a rocket engine like this is extremely loud because the sound reverberates off the ground. So then SpaceX dug a big hole JCSat 14 booster, they dug a big hole and they used that for Falcon 9 test stands now. And the test stand more resembles the B2 test stand but sunk into the ground. This is actually a really complicated test stand. It doesn't look like much, but you got to remember, the flame trenches for launch pads, dude. It doesn't matter what rocket, Saturn V, Space Shuttle, which is the same launch pad, Falcon 9, Atlas 5, Delta 4. They're only really designed to have flames in them for maybe 5 to 6 seconds. And then you'll start to melt things. These things can take full duration static fires. The B2 test stand can take a 9-minute static fire, a full duration burn from an SLS core stage. It was taking full duration burns from Saturn rockets, from Saturn V first stages. These things are very, very complicated. It's not just a hole in the ground. It's pretty nuts though, dude. Yeah, you guys already got a nice picture of it over here. There's another picture of it. Was it spec'd for It was spec'd for Nova, just like the pad? Knowing Von Braun, Tessa, everything was spec'd for Nova, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's any secret why this thing is as wide as it is. A flame trench generally, I mean, that really depends on the aerodynamic design of the bucket, right? Seriously, the aerodynamic design of the bucket. And Rocket Guy, feel free to correct me on this, but look, Tessa, you know this thing was designed for a 10-meter stage, but look at the posts. Look at the structural mounts for the test stand. Look at how wide the flame trench is comparatively to this part right here, which is where 4 F1s would have been sitting, right? I don't think it's any wonder that this thing, the distance between these is wider by the S1C by a significant margin, right? It's definitely designed for Nova, dude. Everything was. All of the infrastructure that was built for the Apollo program was spec'd for Nova. It was spec'd for scalability, which is really smart. And then NASA said, wait, no, never mind. And Von Braun and all the guys that made it promptly said, understandable. Have a nice day. Bye. Nova, Altio. Yeah. Nova. Oh, boy. You thought the Saturn V was a big rocket. Listen to this. Well, not listen. Well, I wish there was sound of Nova. So, anyway. Saturn V, this thing. The big boy. The thing that we use to get people to the moon. This sucker. When they started the Apollo program, Von Braun and the rest of the engineers all over the place, the NASA administrator, everybody knew that this was good enough to get to the moon. And this is a good system. But you run into some problems, okay? When you start going past the moon. What's that problem? Well, the problem is literally the same thing that you have when you're trying to use heavy launch vehicles to go to the moon. Meaning what? Could we use Saturn 1B's, Saturn V's little brother? Could we use that rocket to get to the moon? Sure, absolutely. It would require 3 Saturn 1B launches. One Saturn 1B would put the LEM up into space. The other Saturn 1B would put people up into space, and then the other Saturn 1B would basically have nothing on top of it, and it would all attach, and you'd get what you'd get if you launched one Saturn V into space, right? The S4B, the lander, and the CSM, right? And then you dock them to each other, and then you send that out to the moon. It would take 3 Saturn 1B launches. You could do it, sure, absolutely. Or you could put everything on one Saturn V and send it in one shot. A little bit easier that way. A little bit less complicated logistically, right? Well, how the Apollo engineers, Von Braun kind of leading them, how they figured this is that, well, you run into that same problem if you're trying to go to Mars. Trying to go to Mars, you're trying to go to Venus, trying to go wherever. You run into that same problem. So you're going to need a bigger rocket. Saturn V actually had a bigger brother. It was called the Saturn VIII, or Saturn Nova for short. Saturn Nova never got out. NASA basically said we don't need that for going to the moon. But, and this is part of the reason why the Apollo program was expensive, is because they anticipated scaling up. Just like they scaled up from Saturn 1B to Saturn V, they anticipated scaling up from the Saturn V to Nova. Nova has a 50-foot diameter. 33 33 feet diameter is 10 meters, okay? 50, if you take 50 and divide it by 3.3, is a 15-meter rocket. That's 15-meter core diameter. And then on top of that, you have basically an S1C, right? It's 40 feet in diameter. But this thing would have had M1 engines. A vacuum-optimized Hydrolox version of this, of Saturn V first stages. So you have F1s, you have vacuum-optimized Hydrolox F1s, and then you have your S4B on top of that. All the flame trenches. Okay, so remember, 15-meter core diameter, right? All the flame trenches, the VAB, all the test stands are designed to be able to accept Nova. I'm positive of this. I have no way to prove it, but I'm pretty dang sure. Let's go take a look, shall we? Let's look at 39A, right? 39A, the pad for the Apollo program. You can clearly see how wide that flame trench is, even though it's covered up, right? This wouldn't have been covered up during the Apollo program. Take a look. Set this to meters. Uh-oh. See what I'm talking about? Just a little bit bigger than what you need. They were all engineered for that. Does the Nova have an F1 for a second stage? Ryan, it has an M1. M1, Hydrolox optimized, hydrogen-powered Saturn V first stage. Yeah, oh yeah. Dude, I've talked to guys that have worked with Von Braun. I talked to a bunch of them that worked with him at Space Fest in 2019. Every single one of them said the guy had the foresight for where the space program needs to go. Like, he could manage a project like nobody's business. Like, he had the foresight and the design skills to know exactly what needed to be made and how it needed to be made for the rockets that he wants to build. That guy, I swear, Von Braun had the roadmap for the Apollo program figured out in the 50s. The entire roadmap. I mean, he wrote books about this stuff. Von Braun himself, after he came to the U.S. in the 50s, he wrote books about what he wanted to do with the Apollo program. And then the opportunity presented itself to actually do some of this stuff, and he jumped on it. Crazy, right? Can you show me an M1 engine? It never got off the drawing board. It never was made because Nova was never made. They were going to scale up to Nova probably sometime in the 70s or into the 80s, if I had to guess. Just checking you have this on the space news list. Well, I do now. What's Thomas Pesquet saying? Oh, yeah, we'll show that. He probably had it figured out since the 30s. I mean, John, if you look at some of Von Braun's aggregate designs from the 30s, where he wanted to go with the V2 rocket, I don't like calling it the V2 rocket because Von Braun didn't call it that. Douchebag called it that. A vengeance weapon. Yeah, vengeance for what? You're the one that's attacking everybody, you dope. No, I understand the context, please. It was a joke. I mean, John, he clearly had staging and everything, like, fundamentally understood in the 40s. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had that all figured out. Staging rockets, winged reentry vehicles. Dude, here, hold on. Von Braun did segments on the Disney Channel. Not on the Disney Channel, on Disney's, he did segments on the Disney Channel with Walt Disney talking about rockets that could fly to the moon and how we would do it. And this was before the Apollo program was even a thing. This was before Sputnik. He was doing this in the 54, 55. Easily. Like, he talked about what kind of rockets we could use, how we could get there, how we'd get to the moon, what manned lunar missions would look like. I mean, look, this is him on the Disney Channel presenting his rocket design. Look, he wanted to make something kind of like DART, right? He wanted to make a shuttle on top of a staged rocket. A two-stage super heavy launch vehicle with a shuttle on top. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. That's right, Thomas. In one of Von Braun's books, a sci-fi book that he wrote, the ruler of Mars is named Elon. That's not a joke. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, yeah, public. I know what you mean. Yeah, no, that's not a joke. That actually is a thing. In one of Von Braun's books that he wrote in the 50s about going to Mars, the ruler of Mars in his book is named Elon. Yeah, that's bizarre. That's a weird coincidence. I'll admit, that's like one of those things where you're like, wait, what? See last. What's up, Squish? It's not a name, it's a position. So the V2 missile... So V2 equals missile, aggregate 4 equals rocket. What's the difference? Aggregate 4 was what von Braun called it. The aggregate series of rockets. He built them before Mustache Man even knew what it was. And then he saw it, and Mustache Man said, hey, we should use that as a weapon. And for propaganda purposes, he renamed the aggregate 4 to the Vengeance Weapon. Vengeance Weapon 2. Yeah. I call it what von Braun called it, because screw that other guy. I hate that guy. He's a jerk. Are you serious? I need source. Go read his book. Now, Division, every day I'm torn between looking at von Braun as a monster and as a hero today. I feel like good doesn't excuse absolute evil. You're absolutely right. Nad, I'll be 100% honest. Look, humans are always a balance between good and evil. How I like to look at things is basically colorblind. I don't try to assign context. I just tell you what's going on. Von Braun had a lot of great ideas, but he's also a piece of crap that used slave labor to build V2s during World War II. I'm not going to sit here and say that he didn't do that. I'm not going to deny that that didn't happen. I'm not going to deny that his boss was a jerk. And by proxy, he's a jerk from that, dude. I accept good with bad because humans are inherently imperfect. There's no perfect human. People make mistakes. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the evil that was brought upon the world from 1933 to 1945 was a mistake or like that. No, that's evil. That's pure evil. All right? It's a balance. You have to accept good with bad. So, I mean, I like looking at the good. I mean, particularly the guy revolutionized how rockets work. You have to accept that, you know, even there's some people out there that have great ideas and they could be pieces of crap. It's just how humanity works. I think that's important to convey context in that regard. You know? That's very important. Looks like Elon Musk may have invented time travel, and Cybertruck is his time machine. Yeah, stainless steel construction for flux dispersion is very good. You know, you can't... Elon isn't the nicest person either. He's a huge jerk. Look, Sebi, you want to rock the boat? You want to change the game? Someone's going to think you're a jerk for doing it. Look at all the gas companies that hate Tesla. Need I say more? This happens all the time. You have to accept good with bad, all right? Now, once again, von Braun's contributions to rocketry are pretty much nobody has contributed to rocketry more than that guy. Modern rockets would not exist in the way that they do, in the way that we use them, without him. The only other person or people that I think have influenced rocketry as much as those guys are Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, Hermann Oberth, Robert Goddard, and Sergei Korolev. Those guys right there, those 5 people. So, yeah, 5. Von Braun, Korolev, Oberth, Tsiolkovsky, and Goddard. Those 5 people are responsible for how rockets work today. By a long shot. There's nobody else has contributed to rocketry more than those guys. And then you can include Newton. You can include Isaac Newton by proxy if you really want to. But the kid from October Sky, well, that's Homer Hickam. Quinkai. Yeah, Homer Hickam, Homer Hickam didn't invent anything new, but he was smart enough to figure out how to make rockets in his backyard using the machine shop from the mine that his dad worked in. Homer Hickam's one of my personal heroes, dude, to be honest with you. If you want to look at orbital mechanics soapbox, yeah, Johannes Kepler. Kepler, obviously, right? Ancient China, I mean, that Raven Guard, that really isn't attributed to one person, but yeah, I mean, China invented the rocket engine as we know it. The convergent divergent nozzle design is a product of China. I'm not solid rockets, at least. You got to know your history, good with bad, man. That's how I look at it. I don't try to assign context to past historical events. Because history teaches lessons. All right? If you just tell the story, there's a lesson to be learned, all right? Like, if you look at, like, the classics, all right? So look at Greek tragedy, for instance. Greek tragedy details the story of the human condition, how we're imperfect. how, you know, you might need to acknowledge that imperfection if you want to progress, right? So you have to assign, you have to just look at it. You can't assign context. You can't say that, oh, I mean, okay, let's take a lot of, this is kind of a hot button thing. Like, okay, Christopher Columbus is a piece of crap by modern standards. He was just a despicable human being. But at the time, that wasn't seen as bad behavior. We learned over time that that is a piece of crap thing to do, what the conquistadors did in South America in the 1500s. We learned over time that that's probably not a good way to do things. You learn over time, not because of context assigned, you know. You can't just say, oh, Christopher Columbus is an idiot, or, oh, Christopher Columbus discovered the New World either. You have to acknowledge good with bad. If you don't, history repeats itself. It's that simple. Yeah, Buzz Aldrin created the manual for maneuvering in space. That's right. Yeah, Buzz Aldrin is probably up with those guys as well, believe it or not. You know, Buzz Aldrin wasn't just the second guy to walk on the moon. Literally, Buzz Aldrin wrote the book on, like, orbital rendezvous. EVA, extravehicular activities, the guidebook for how you do it, because he was an avid scuba diver. He wrote his doctoral thesis about star navigation and cycler orbits at MIT. I mean, Buzz is a smart dude. Smart as they, like, that guy is about as smart as an astronaut can be. He invented it. You're perfect, thanks. So, Natavision, I mean, like, don't look at like a historical figure like Henry Ford or Von Braun or any of these guys from the past as a piece of crap or not a piece of crap. All right? That's not how you teach history. And don't get me wrong, you can have opinions on people. That's totally fine. But for me to say, like, oh, you know, for me to disregard Von Braun's contributions to the space program would be selectively remembering history, because he has good and bad, very bad contributions as well. Look, he was a piece of crap. He worked for Mustache Man. He used slave labor at Middlework to make aggregate rockets. That's horrible. And that's not good. That's not a good thing. I'm not afraid to admit that, sure. I'm not going to selectively remember history just because someone did a thing in history that I like. You have to remember good and bad. That's how I look at it. Natavision, you can acknowledge that somebody was a piece of crap, but their contributions were good. You can do both of those things. We tried to present it as a binary system nowadays, and I don't like that. That's not right. Because the second you start doing that, you start saying, oh, Von Braun was the best, he was the greatest. Or Von Braun was the worst, you're limiting. You're limiting your scope. And selectively remembering history like that allows history to repeat. That's not good. We don't want that. That's very bad. Humans are easy to forget. All right? We're like a bunch of rats at the feeder bar hitting to get a food pellet, man. You can't assign context. You just look at history. You look at history, analyze the history, analyze good, analyze bad, and come to the conclusion that way. That's how I like looking at it. And some people think I'm a piece of crap for doing that, and that's fine. All right. Ryan, that's also a possibility, but nobody can prove it. Yeah, Pink, exactly. You remember everything, good and bad. You can't be selective about that. That's not right. At least I think that's not right. I mean, people will disagree with that, and that's cool. That is one of the reasons I love Greek, Roman, and Norse pantheons. They are not perfect and make them so much more relatable. I agree. So far, Inception and first test articles are made. The SLS Block 1 has been uprated by 20 tons. So once 1B gets along, who knows? Yep. See last. Okay. Even Mr. Hanky was a piece of crap. Oh, of course. Yeah, HBB, what's up, man? HB, I run into this every time I talk about history of spaceflight, because history of spaceflight is rooted in some pretty violent endeavors, to say the least. Nukes, ICBMs. Look, this technology that we use to our advantage for civilian spaceflight to advance our understanding of the universe is a byproduct of humans wanting to blow each other to smithereens. Oops. Even the Chinese. You think the Chinese invented solid rockets, 2,000 years ago for fireworks? No. That was a byproduct. You could use them as fireworks, but they shot them at each other. All right? You got to be very careful with that. And I try to be as careful as I can. Like, I can sit here and say that some of the stuff that Von Braun did, you're a real piece of crap. But also, some of the stuff that you did is really good. The idea is to learn the lesson and to not repeat. Ooh, pretty colors. Kaylee's back. What's up? Anyway, so let's go back into this and let's see what else. The main propulsion test article for SLS. Yeah, see, I had a feeling Space News was going to go long today, so that's why I started it early. One of the things we do really good in Germany, remember the past, talk about it, and discuss it to make sure it does not repeat. It's a good idea, Dodo. I mean, yeah, you guys know firsthand how quickly, once you forget stuff, how quickly stuff can get out of hand. It can get out of hand real quick. And you know what, man? People are going to call me a piece of crap for this. But that's why governments are bureaucratic in nature. So you can't do that. Everybody's like, oh my God, laws take so long to pass. Yeah, there's a really, 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 really good reason why that's the case. There's a really good reason for that. Okay? There's a really good reason for that. Because the poop can hit the fan real easily. Anyway, what are we talking about? We're talking about NASA funding. Yeah. Just got done taking AP World History. The diffusion of gunpowder around Afro-Eurasia did more bad things than good. Anytime someone makes a weapon like that, Builder, it always does. I mean, guys, Gatling, the guy that invented the Gatling gun, when he invented it, he's like, did you guys know that Gatling was a pacifist? Seriously. Gatling was a pacifist. The guy that invented the gun that you crank and it goes, dut, 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 and then nowadays we have it attached to an electric motor and it goes. The guy that invented that design, Gatling, was a pacifist. The reason why he invented it was because he thought this was so much more effective than rifles and so much more deadly that nobody would want to fight each other. He thought the Gatling gun would equal mutually assured destruction. I mean, he got the mutually assured destruction right, but Gatling gun to how we actually achieved mutually assured, or got to the point where mutually assured destruction was the thing, yeah, that took a while. He was right about making weapon systems so bad that it would force nobody to want to fight. That was right. That theory was correct. Just oops. Wasn't the inventor of dynamite a pacifist as well? Oh, I forget the name of the guy, Tom, but I think so, yeah. And now we have the A10. That's right, TJ. Laws take too long. What about the time frame when the king words? Laws take too long. I disagree, TJ. I don't know what you're trying to say there, but yeah. Yeah, Nobel, that's right. Nobel invented dynamite. Yeah, the Peace Prize. Oops. Yeah, you heard that right. The Nobel Peace Prize, a prize that's usually awarded to people for achieving peace, was named after the guy that invented dynamite. See what I mean? History is a weird way of writing its story, that's for sure. Also, for the A10. Yeah, interesting, right? Really, Phil? That's crazy. Yeah, it's a Nobel Prize. Yeah, for sure. If I can find a more efficient way for those Europeans to kill each other, I will make millions. Yeah, the Maxim gun. That was Maxim, wasn't it? That was the Maxim gun. Yeah. Maxim was actually a really genius inventor from Maine, believe it or not. Really smart guy. He was building crazy mechanical things. What did he build? What else did he make? It was a... Hold on. He was from... Yeah, see, I have to go look. He's from Maine. Yeah, let's see. Freaking New Englander. Yeah, Sangerville. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he became an apprentice coach builder at the age of 14. Yeah, dude, he built all kinds of stuff, man. Yeah. Here, read this. Maxim developed and installed the first electric lights in a New York City building in the late 1870s. However, he was involved in several lengthy patent disputes with Thomas Edison over his claims over the light bulb. Seriously. Maxim made a light bulb before, I'm pretty sure he did it before Edison did, but Edison got the patent. Yeah. Crazy, huh? Oh, yeah. Edison is one of those guys that you have to look at context. And I do believe, even by modern standards, putting modern social constructs on the past, I'm pretty sure Edison, even if you do that, was a dick for his time. That guy was ruthless. Yeah, I'm pretty sure even by the social standards of the time, he was still a dick. But hey, I mean, his push for, making grids and power plants and stuff, look, like, I get it. Edison had the right idea with wanting to electrify things. He just didn't have the right way to do it. Three-phase AC, which was Tesla, that was your boy Tesla, which we still use for industrial power to this day, 100+ years later. That was something that that came about because of Edison's push to electrify things, which is interesting there. Edison was the one that wanted to make power plants to power electrical lights, right? And he would make steam engines. He would take steam engines and he would make, like, Edison's power plants had like a triple expansion motor, right? And that triple expansion motor made like 50 horsepower, but it turned a flywheel that was like 3 stories wide and made like 6,000 foot-pounds of torque. Yeah, it was like the ultimate diesel engine. Hey, Adam, what's going on? You ever read the Magic Treehouse books? They painted Edison as a great guy. History for kids kind of sucks. Well, once again, I think with kids, you don't want to get too crazy into the doom and gloom and this person's a dick, because I don't think kids necessarily understand that. I think they painted him as a good guy because later down the road, if you're reading about Edison when your mind is fully developed, then you can understand the context. I don't think kids would understand what fighting over patent law would be, dude, right? Like, right? Nice jarhead haircut. Sorry, I watched the movie yesterday. Just let me take the shot at him. Yeah, Tom, I know. He electrocuted an elephant to show how bad alternating current was, and then it ended up adopting alternating current later. I mean, honestly, Edison and Tesla's contributions to the electrical grid is how all of our electrical grids work nowadays. 3-phase AC. We still use DC from time to time, but 3-phase AC for long-range transmitting. Yeah, we still use that. Oh, yeah. Long-range power transmission. Yeah, there you go, Hellfish. It's always rooted in a way, every frigging time. And this is what I mean about acknowledging good and bad. Every single modern technology that we have kind of resulted because of freaking us wanting to kill each other. It's so stupid. Like, it's so counterintuitive. But that's humans. That's how humans do. Best thing that we can do is understand and make sure to not make those mistakes. That, rooting back all the way to the classics at the beginning of this conversation. The classics, that's how well the Greeks had things understood about how humans act from a social aspect. You got to be careful. Got to be careful. How are you? How's things in the stream? A little catching up. Adam, I'm great, dude. I'm great. We've been working on a project in Minecraft. You know about that. I told you about that. Everything's good, dude. Ferrari's doing reasonably well comparatively to last season in Formula 1. Once you hit rock bottom, there's only one way to go. Yeah, everything's good, man. I got no complaints. I mean, Adam, I could complain about stuff, but in this day and age, man, what I'm finding is that you can complain about things, but there's always going to be someone that has it way worse than you. So I just gotta keep my complaints to myself. Hamverbot, 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 Hamverbot. Yeah, right? Yeah, Hellfish. I mean, When you have nothing to do but sit up and look at the stars all day, you start really thinking about some things, don't you? We're using the internet designed for communication by the military. Yep, the World Wide Web and its current infrastructure was based off of a defense net so we could keep our missile bases linked together in the event of an attack. Yeah, absolutely. The U.S. didn't invent the internet. That was, I'm pretty sure Turing did, if I'm remembering correctly, who was British. But the way it's set up using phone lines initially and then going from there, yeah, oh yeah, that defense spending. DARPANet, man. Karmas, what's up, man? I think Ferrari have invested in Boring Company. Beat the snail, Tessa. Beat the snail. Am I right? Oh, man. I have to make jokes about it because if I don't make jokes, the pain will lead to crippling depression. Yeah, the US DARPA invented Internet Protocol. HTTP was invented by CERN. There you go. Most of all, technology started in the European Renaissance. That was not a very peaceful time for Europe or Asia. Yeah, Builder. Some of the best tech that we have was forged in times of immense struggle. And I don't like that. I'm not a fan. But I understand the context, you know? Yeah, Zebi, right? Did you know that there's a Twitch stream that watches how many people run through a stop sign in a town? Yeah, that's in Massachusetts, public. Yeah, that's in Salem, I think. Yeah, I know that intersection. Yeah, I know all about that. Yeah, Brimo was telling me about it. So you're saying we need a new world war? Actually, John, you really want to know what I think's the answer to solving that problem? Go into space. You know why? Space is PvE, not PvE. PvE, not PvP. Sorry, I screwed that up. Space is humanity versus the elements, which is why we are which is the fundamental reason why I think we are the way that we are. Humans are crazy people that, you know, we're tribal and we like fighting against each other. Yeah. Because we fought against our environment. Player versus environment. We fought to survive. We fought to the top of the food chain on this planet, right? Obviously, we fought to be the apex predator on this planet and then some. To the point where we can almost manipulate our climate around us, right? Space is perfect for us. We were built for that, man. When we get bored, we PvP. Bandaman, I can't think of a better way for us to challenge ourselves. That's, John, you really want to know? I'm going to get into some deep stuff here. That's the way we fix this problem. We find our place in the stars. We're perfect for it. Like, our minds are built for that kind of thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, there's PvE games that everyone plays that people love. I mean, we love PvP games, but seriously, in player versus environment games like Minecraft, look at some of the stuff that gets done, like building cities, for instance. The third big name for electrification would be Westinghouse. That's very true. Mass production of food and goods was first used to supply troops in war, then went to commercial use, the meatpacking industry, and then meat byproducts after that to make sporting equipment, amongst other things, TJ. Oh, absolutely. People will still grief you in Minecraft. Once again, Mayor, we're imperfect, but that's a good place for humans to thrive. Just personal opinion. I mean, HPB, I'm not going to sit here and say like we could solve that problem, but I will say this. If we figure out a way to go and move amongst the stars, I don't think climate change is going to be a problem. You know what I mean? Just like, you know, the oceans aren't a problem today, but they were a big problem 500 years ago if you wanted to go anywhere. See what I'm saying? There's no reason we can't kill two birds with one stone there. Oh yeah, Builder, of course. And that's what I mean about acknowledging good and the bad. All this bad history got us to this point right now, along with the good history. You got to be very careful about that.
Listen, Tranquility Base.
Arturus!
The Eagle has landed.
Thank you very much. Wait, the ocean is still killing us. I mean, yeah, if you drown. The PvE analogy is amazing. Arturus, we're perfect for it, man. We're built for this kind of stuff. We were built for player versus environment, not player versus player. Just like in Minecraft, even if you have a chill build server that's PvE, players will still grief other players, of course. But we're built for. The reason humans are tribal and why we stick together and why we fight is because the crucible on Earth at which we were forged in was us fighting to the top of the food chain. We're inherently built for player versus environment. Humans versus the elements. Like, how do people not realize? Like, I don't get how we don't realize this. Anyway, we should get back into the funding stuff, huh? Yeah, Tessa. I mean, Tessa, we simultaneously, all right? The other side of that argument is that because we're always searching for a problem, all right? That doesn't mean that going out into the stars will solve all of our problems. It'll solve the problems that we have today, but the problems of today that we solve, those solutions create problems of tomorrow. That's just the human condition. That's just how we exist. Look, I'll use a reference from pop culture here. Did you know... Wait. Hold on. I have the haircut to do this now. Did you know, Mr. Anderson, that the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect world without struggle or pain? It was a disaster. No one would accept the code. Entire crops were lost. Which led to the world you see before you. Your world at the end of the 20th century, the peak of your civilization. Yeah, Minos, pretty much. Seriously, you know, The Matrix is rooted in some pretty hard, weird psychology. The first one. The second one and the third one are just kind of... Okay. Yes. Yeah, those exist. But in the first one, Agent Smith talks about, that the machines try to build a perfect world for the humans. And because we're made the way that we are, right? That doesn't work. And the machines had to end up making a more imperfect world to contain humanity. Well, guess what? Space is an imperfect world, and we don't need to contain ourselves. Now, do we? But, once again, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like going into space is our end-all, be-all to solve all of our problems. They'll solve today's problems, but, a problem 100 years ago was that people didn't have enough to eat, all right? If you wanted to survive, you had to basically have a farm in your backyard, at least if you were like a settler in the West, right? That's not a problem today. We have a different problem now. How much we're screwing up the climate, if that's a thing. If we're not, we are to some extent. You don't add 7 billion people to this planet and think that things are going to stay the same, right? You're inherently changing the food chain, which will change the environment, obviously. Duh. That's not even including carbon emissions, right? The problems that we have today, we could solve, right? But that doesn't mean we won't have problems tomorrow. For all we know, in 100 years, there will be a Mars settlement, and there'll be Mars environmentalists, complaining that we're polluting the Mars environment because there's environment there that we didn't know about when we first settled there. But see, that I have to ask that fundamental question: would we know if there was like a species on Mars that we're threatening if we didn't go there in the first place, right? All the bad stuff, all those solutions to problems that we've had in the past create problems today. Do you think when Henry Ford started mass producing the automobile, he knew that dumping of mass carbon emissions into the atmosphere was bad for us? Probably not. I don't think he even considered it. There's known unknowns, and then there's unknown unknowns. That's what Gene Kranz says in Failure is Not an Option. There's stuff you can reasonably predict, and then there's stuff like what happens on Apollo 13, where you just can't predict it. The key is to, be ready for it. And that's what I mean by acknowledging good and bad with history. You have to be like that. Nice, Adam. Caveman, right? Filthy belters. Spells the Expanse is a good example of how, even though we have the technology to be able to expand out into space, we'll still find a way to screw it up. Yeah, Supercraft, we create our own problems, dude. It kind of happens. It's just inherent to humans. It's something you got to take into account. But that's why I think we're good for space. We should be up there. We should have a city on the moon by now. That would have been great. Anyway, let's get back into the funding. I'm going to shift gears back over to this bill here. So, they called for an SLS main propulsion test article, right? Yeah, iron maybe. Yeah, hopefully we learned that mistake, you know, like, I don't know. Yeah, Hellfish, for sure. Mm-hmm. I mean, presenting it squished in as conquering it usually rings better with people, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, there you go, Celtic. Do you think SN15 will fly again? It certainly seems like it compacted, but I'm saving the SpaceX stuff for a little bit later. I have all the SpaceX stuff for Starship teed up. I know people want to talk about that. See, last, if you haven't seen the photo, what do we got? Have you seen this? Is that the hydrogen stage? Oh no, that's core stage 1 inside of the VAB. I haven't seen that exact picture. Hold on. Hold on a second. Huh. How's the space news today? Great, Ishiku. Huh. Huh. Hellhydra, I know exactly who that is. Come on now. Only met the guy in friggin' real life. That's Charlie, man. That's cool. Dude, how hyped do you think he is? Seriously, you think he's pumped? Look. With humans, man, eyes don't lie. Yeah, he's pumped. He's how pumped would you be? Walking in there, I'd be like, hell yeah, we're going back. We're getting back to it, man. Hell yeah. You know? Yeah. Look at that. That doesn't lie right there. The eyes don't lie, man. Huh. Huh. Huh? Oh, what? Huh. Still hurts my head when people say space is dangerous. Of course space is dangerous. Earth is dangerous, dude. Duh. That's a great picture of Hell Hydra. Amazing. He was also up on the MLP. That's so cool. It makes me so damn happy, Hell Hydra, that, you know, we still got some of the Apollo guys around, man. It makes me so happy. The only thing I really, like, in my mind, and this is, don't get me wrong, this is just more of something that I want. It doesn't necessarily make that big of a difference, but I will say this, you know, no matter how you look at it, whoever, if the big man upstairs needs one of those Apollo astronauts to go to the moon up there, or, if they just, if science person, you think that, hey, you're just old and you die and that's it, that's fine. We need an Apollo astronaut alive to know, from like a social standpoint, we need an Apollo astronaut alive to be able to connect the events. That's the link to the past, and we're carrying the torch, Not having an Apollo astronaut alive when we go back to the moon and when whomever sets their foot back down on the moon, not having them alive would be like having an Olympic ceremony without the torch from the last Olympics igniting the cauldron. It would still be okay. It would still be cool, but it wouldn't be right. We need that. Has to be a thing. I hope that we get there. I think we will. I think we will. How many do we got now? There's 10 left. 10 left. Charlie's still around. Hang on. Charlie's still around. Buzz is still around. I think Dave Scott's still around. We just lost Mike the other day, which sucks. Who else is still there? There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them still around. Is there a proposed team for the moon landing yet? Tars, we have Artemis astronauts at this point in time, but no selection for missions. Victor, believe it or not, Victor Glover is part of the Artemis astronauts. Hold on. Here we go. Check this out. So these are the Artemis astronauts that we have right now. I thought Victor was on here. I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah, okay, there's Victor. So Joe Akaba, Caleb Barron, Rajachari, Matt Dominic, Victor Glover, Woody Hoba, Hoberg? I forget how you say his last name. They keep saying Hoba, but it's Hoberg, but either way. That guy is really smart. He spent a lot of time at MIT. Go read about Warren. That guy's nuts. There's Johnny Kim, which I don't need to say anything else. Just it's Johnny Kim. There's Christina Cook, Jell Lindgren, Nicole Mann, Ann McLean, Jessica Meyer, Jasmine McBelly. She's cool. She's a Marine. Yeah, Marine Corps aviator. Kate Rubens, who just came back from Soyuz. There's Frank Rubio, Scott Tingle, Jess Watkins, and Stephanie Wilson. Yeah, these are... Okay, I warn you. If you're self-conscious about your accomplishments as a human being, do not go read about those people. You will feel very insignificant. Heck, I'm not even that self-conscious about myself, and I go and read about that and read about those folks, and I'm like, yep. Wow, man, do I suck. The ESA is recruiting astronauts, and I don't mean the requirements because I don't have a degree. That sucks. Apply anyway, Adam. Screw it. You never know. I agree, Sebi. It's motivation to work harder. Yeah, Johnny Kim basically beat the system, and I'm sure from what I've seen, if you acknowledge, like if he was here with us right now, he probably wouldn't want me to say anything. The guy is a Navy SEAL, first and foremost. He's a Navy SEAL. Which, yeah, they don't just admit anybody in there because they want to make them feel good. Being a Navy SEAL is very, 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 very difficult. Hey, you want to learn to work as a team? Here, carry this raft in and out of the water 1,000 times in a week. And do that for the next 6 months. Yeah, have fun with that. She's a Navy SEAL first and foremost, right? With tours overseas. Who knows where. And then after that, the guy just decided that wasn't enough. And then I'm pretty sure he used his GI Bill to go become a medical doctor. Doctor. Okay. Yes. So you're a doctor. Okay. So yeah, he went after the whole Navy SEAL thing. It was just a phase, right? After that, he has a medical doctorate from Harvard Med, if I'm remembering that right. Yeah, Harvard Med. Not. Yep. Okay. Okay. Is that good enough? No. Now astronaut. Yeah. Okay. All right. You know what, Johnny? I brushed my teeth today. So there. All right? Yeah. I brushed my teeth today, dick. Now what? How old is he again? Dude, Tessa, Johnny Kim's as old as I am, man. It's like, you did what? Let me go back and look around. Oh, 84. Okay, so he's 37. Okay. Think I can get all that done in 4 years? Dang overachievers give us honest slackers a bad name. Yeah. This guy's like my hero, man. That's amazing, dude. Where do you find that motivation, dude? Like, that's what I ask him. Where do you find the motivation to just be a freaking bamf all the time? Errol's like, well, I'm 37, though. No problem. Got to start somewhere. Well, Rocky guy, we talked about that, so... Who knows? Anyway, let's go back through the rest of this. So we stopped this with main propulsion test articles, and then it goes down to spacesuits. They're going to commercialize... They're going to farm out spacesuit design for... commercial use. I'm looking for more launch architecture stuff. Acquisition of domestic space transportation and logistics resupply services. Except as provided in subsection B, the administrator shall not enter into any contract with a person or entity that proposes to use or reuse a foreign launch provider for commercial service to provide space transportation logistics for the ISS or any government or government-funded platform on Earth, or assist lunar space on the lunar surface or elsewhere in space. Yeah, you got this. I'll be all right. Ishiku, I'm not sure where your last is. Did you tag me? Oh, that's my motivation in preschool. Hey, Hayes.
Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Have a pizza to help you feel better about yourself. Thanks, Hayes. Let me know if you ever come across what division he was in for boot. Got it. Well, there goes any more Soyuz contracts for the ISS. Well, this is just for commercial providers, Tessa. That doesn't necessarily mean that Russia couldn't resupply the station with Progress. I think this is for NASA. For commercial resupply services, they couldn't use Progress. But Roscosmos still can. You can click their name to see their messages. Oh, this takes way too long, Mutter. Okay, Ishigu, I found a really interesting article about hydrogen and using it on the railroad. Want me to send it? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Alright, what else do we got? Rocket engine test infrastructure, okay. The administrator shall continue to carry out a program to modernize rocket propulsion test infrastructure at NASA facilities to increase capabilities, to enhance safety, to support propulsion and development testing, and foster the use of improved government and commercial space transportation projects. Projects funded under this described in subsection A may include infrastructure and other facilities and systems relating to rocket propulsion test stands and rocket propulsion testing, enhancements to test facility capacity and flexibility. Elon tweet. Okay, we'll check it in a second. Oh, jeez. Wrecked. Page 22 on 158. Infrastructure for other facilities and systems relating to rocket propulsion test stands and propulsion testing. Enhancements to test facility capacity and flexibility. Such other projects the administrator considers appropriate to meet the goals described in that subsection. It's taking forever to read. Yeah, well, sometimes context needs to be explained, RJ, and sometimes that takes a little bit longer than, you'd think. Spaceflight is slow. Even with SpaceX, it's slow, and you have to understand the context of how this stuff happens, man. Sorry for going on a little tangent about remembering history, but it's pertinent to this. Hey, Mac, what's going on, brother? All right. Requirements in carrying out the program. Okay, so let me back it up a little bit. So there's an explicit thing about test stand infrastructure, which is interesting. Yeah, I know, man. Nah, it's not necessary. Rocket guy, are you here? I might need your help on this. Why would they want... So, Okay, they explicitly up here talked about the main propulsion testing article and the need for using the main propulsion test article for long lead items, which I understand. That means they can get RS-25E production up and running a little bit faster because it's a long lead item for core stages. I believe this is in anticipation of a core stage here, right? But now we have rocket engine testing infrastructure. There's wording in here for them to upgrade the test stands, basically. And I would assume this means the test stands at Marshall and the test stands at Stennis. The test stands at the Stennis Space Center are specifically for propulsion testing. So this is Stennis. But Marshall does have engine testing stands, maybe for commercial use. Well, this is for NASA. Modernized rocket propulsion test infrastructure. They're going to upgrade all the test stands. At least this is what this proposes to do. I'm glad you liked it, Pulse. Interesting. Did I see this? Yeah, we don't know that for sure, Forge, so I'm not really interested. New Elon tweet about Bitcoin. Yeah, I got it. I've already seen it, Sneaky. Somebody beat you to the punch, dude. Hi, DJ. So they're going to upgrade the test stands here. Look, I had dinner, all right? And I had space news. Now what? Well, Driados, they're talking about upgrading all the test stands, but then the interesting thing about this, the big one to take away, is that they explicitly talked about a main propulsion test article in the application of SLS. They're gonna basically upgrade the test stand to be able to work on long lead items. So check this out. Immediately on completion, the first full duration integrated core stage of the test of the Space Launch System, they initiate development of a main propulsion testing article for the integrated core stage propulsion elements of the Space Launch System, consistent with cost and schedule constraints, particularly for long lead propulsion hardware, RS-25s. RS-25s. They're going to come up with an SLS propulsion testing article, which is interesting. And then they talk about upgrading all the test stands here, modernizing all the test stands at Stennis to work with the Artemis program. I'm wondering if there's anything here for a certain type of engine that's not on SLS. Let me see. Could this be about the EUS? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we can have better rockets with this? Well, not necessarily better rockets, y'all. What this really means is that... hang on, I gotta turn my fan on. It's getting kind of hot in here. What this really means above anything else is that NASA wants to... It seems like NASA's laying down the ground pieces to fly SLS, the big orange rocket, that they're going to use to get people back to the moon. It seems like this is laying that foundation for them to be able to build a lot of them. They're upgrading all the infrastructure. They're utilizing main propulsion test articles for SLS. It very much seems like this is all kind of laying down the bricks and the foundation to be able to build a long-term robust space program. Meaning, what would that mean? Well, why would you need a main propulsion testing article? Well, why would you need that? To work on long lead items, so RS-25s. Meaning they want to get a lot of flight time on the RS-25s to increase capability and enhance safety. Long story short, the more you test these RS-25s, the engines that are specifically designed for SLS, the more time you get testing these with a main propulsion test article, the more you'll get more data on them, you can understand them better, and that makes them safer. Part of building a rocket or an airplane or whatever is you do out all the engineering within the math, right? And then you build the thing, and you want to make sure what you built reflects what you thought it was going to do, right? And So if you say you design a plane, right, on paper that can go 1,000 miles an hour, right? And then you go and test the plane, and the plane only goes 700 miles an hour. Well, that means your math was wrong. That means you didn't do it right. So go back to the drawing board, right? I mean, that's how we used to do things in the 40s and the 50s, right? Nowadays, you can use computers and all this stuff, and then you can basically narrow it down to one test. But it's still, I mean, SpaceX is a very good example of this. It still pays to go and actually do some flight testing, right? You still want to do that. I mean, heck, you guys should learn about the regime that Boeing and Airbus use to test their new planes. And this isn't just a new prototype plane. This is every plane that goes off the assembly line. It has a very robust testing procedure to check out and make sure that that plane is in line with your original data, with what you originally came up with. So if you're manufacturing 747s, for instance, and the 747 design that you had says that the 747 can go, this fast. I mean, it's a little more complicated than this, right? Because winds and ground speed and whatever. Say your 747 can go this fast, and you bring the 747 up to speed. When one rolls off the assembly line, you take a test pilot up and they fly it around, and it doesn't correlate to the data. It goes slower, it goes faster. That means there's something different. You did something different. And even if it goes faster, that's great. But engineering nowadays isn't necessarily about going higher, further, and faster, all right? That's how we did things in the 60s, in the 50s, going higher, further, faster. Build it to go faster, build it to be able to do this, build it to be better at everything. No. We design for purpose now. That's the difference. So even if you have a 747 that say its maximum speed is like, 700 miles an hour, right? Which is about as fast as you actually can go on that before the wings start falling off, amongst other things. And then you go out and you fly a 747 and it breaks the sound barrier. You're like, okay, something isn't right here, right? So long story short, the more time you get testing and the more time you have to make sure that you have your math that you did to make sure that what you made correlates to that math, the safer it's going to be. That's how airliners got so ridiculously safe. All the testing that was done. And that, once again, is kind of due to, like airliners can trace their roots directly to bombers. And bombers from World War II, for instance, can trace their roots directly to clippers that were used to haul mail for long distances. Yeah. Hey, Snakes, what's going on? Do you think NASA would commercially contract out any U.S. design rather than just let Boeing make it? They tried to do that in 2017. That was one of Jim's first things, RJ. Jim tried to put a new Glen upper stage on top of SLS. It got nixed. He tried. Yeah, seriously. Is that how they discovered cavitation as they designed boats that should go mathematically faster? Well, that's how we learn. That's how we understand, DJ. You're not gonna know that cavitation can occur if you try to spin a prop too fast with a boat, and you'll actually end up going slower until somebody goes out there and does it. Roots in the Postal Service, James. Oh yeah. The Clipper program was an incentivized program for American airplane manufacturers, so Boeing, Curtiss, Douglas, to build long-range transportation vehicles to move the mail around. That's how we got long-range airplanes. It was built through a commercial logistics or resupply service. Commercial resupply. We're doing the same things with space right now. That's why commercial resupply and commercial crew, that's why so many people love it so much, because it's doing that. It's getting a service. The government is buying a service, all right? And they paid Boeing and Curtiss and everybody else to build these clippers, these long-range clippers. They called them China clippers at the time, right? They paid them to go and make these long-range planes, right, to move mail around. And then when World War II came around, they were like, oh. Or, well, in the events leading up to World War II, they were like, oh, we could take that tech and we could use that to make a long-range bomber. I don't think I need to tell you why those came in, long-range bombers came in very handy for the Allies in World War II. Yeah, I don't think I need to say why. Bitcoin just dropped after Elon's tweet. Yep. Why did it get shot down? How good would that upper stage have been? It would have been really good. But the EUS could, I mean, RJ, this is part of our system, man. You can't just go into a system and then say, oh yeah, I'm going to change this, and this. That's not how our system works. It's intentionally slow on purpose to make sure that nobody just consolidates power, right? As the NASA administrator, they tried to do that. They tried to say, oh, put Blue Origin's upper stage on top of it, put a New Glenn upper stage on top of it instead of a Delta IV stage, and you get a rocket that can actually move some stuff around. That got nixed because it was changing too much, too quickly. You have to make small incremental changes. Congress nixed that idea, I'm pretty sure. Is the reason we are using RS-25s because we had so many of them left over from the shuttle program? Why not have upgraded engines? Well, Kaylee, we have that and then some. NASA paid Aerojet Rocketdyne to restart SSME production. But it's not SSME production. They're called RS-25Es. So we are simultaneously using leftover engines from the shuttle program and manufacturing new engines that are designed to be able to basically work better with SLS over time. The shuttle engines do work, right? And that was a good place to start. And then if we launch more and more SLSs, we can make these RS-25Es and they can actually improve performance over time. The shuttle engines were just a baseline place to kind of start with that launch vehicle, with a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. And then eventually we'll build more specialized engines for SLS that will increase performance. It was just a good place to start. It's a better place to start than most because propulsion design is the Achilles heel of any rocket. What takes the most funding? Rocket engines. I mean, look at Blue Origin right now. And I'm not trying to say that BE-4 is a bad engine. Please don't get confused. Blue Origin has been able, they have, Jeff Bezos backing them with his personal fortune, right? And they still run into problems. You can't just throw money at this problem, right? They're still having, not problems with the BE-4, but the BE-4 is taking longer than anticipated to design and that inherently makes it more expensive, right? Rocket propulsion is always the Achilles heel of any rocket design, all right? It's always the most expensive. It takes time. And when they came up with the ideas for SLS, they wanted to use something that they already had a good benchmark for. And they had a good benchmark for the RS-25s because it has 30 years of shuttle flights behind it. And the most expensive. Kaylee, we say that. You say that the shuttle engines are expensive. Everybody likes to go around and say the shuttle engines are so expensive. Can you name another engine that can do what the shuttle engines can do? There is no other rocket engine in existence right now that can do what a shuttle engine can do. Maybe, and I mean a hard maybe. Maybe the Raptor can. Maybe. But when SLS was devised, the Raptor engines were a twinkle in Elon's eye when that program came about, right? You guys got to remember, SpaceX was the wild card, all right? When SLS came about in 2011, 2012, 2013, right around there, when SLS came about, SpaceX was still, we weren't sure. And welcome to how the space program worked before SpaceX came along. Yes, they've changed a lot of things, and yes, they've shown that you can go fast, just like they did during the Apollo program. But Kaylee, personally, I think it's good to have a government program doing slow increment steps and having SpaceX going fast. Do you know why? Because that gets us more stuff, more rockets. Long story short, it gets us more rockets. And ain't nobody gonna sit here and convince me that more rockets are bad for spaceflight. That's no, that's not how that works.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No. The engine part of any rocket is the most expensive. Oh, okay. Prop is what you're going to do. Okay, cool. I agree, Kaylee. They're two sides of the same coin, and they represent two different methods of going about conducting spaceflight. And I think it's better to have a diverse profile of different rockets being engineered in different ways because, yeah, Kaylee, no one's going to sit here and convince me that less rockets are good for a space program. What? Hey, Envy, what's going on? Jordis with a 1-year resub. Won't there be any problem, though, when SpaceX gets ahead? Phil, you know what's funny? When SpaceX gets ahead, everyone's going to sit there and say, oh, we need to have a more diverse program. We need to have a more diverse program. And they'll pay to make competition. I mean, case in point, right? So I see NASA's in-house manned spaceflight program and SpaceX's commercial in-flight program as the yin and the yang. Seriously, two sides of the same coin. One can't exist without the other. NASA created SpaceX. They're not created. Elon Musk created SpaceX, right? But Had NASA not given Elon Musk a contract in 2008 for commercial orbital transport services, SpaceX would have gone under. And also at the same time, even if they didn't go under, SpaceX was going to end up like Rocket Lab. That's what they wanted to do. NASA kicked the Falcon program into overdrive and gave them the seed money to be able to develop Dragon and Falcon 9 1.0. And then from there, they continued development and kept going with it. And, you know, we got Falcon 9, Block 5, and Heavy, right? NASA is what gave SpaceX the push that they needed to get where they needed to go. And now, NASA can rely on SpaceX, but also, you got to remember that the shuttle program is part of the reason why SpaceX existed in the first place. You have to have a benchmark, all right? And you have to have the shuttle. You know, Elon Musk looked at the shuttle and said, that's stupid. That's dumb. That's a dumb way to do things. I can do it better, right? I can move stuff into space for better, for cheaper, right? Without that benchmark, would he have even bothered? No. No way. FedEx and UPS exist because of the post office, because somebody looked at the post office and said, that's not a good way to move things around, right? That's why FedEx became a thing, because the guy that invented FedEx said, I can do this for cheaper. I can move stuff around for cheaper. Would FedEx have even happened if the post office didn't exist? See, this is why it's the yin and the yang. Yeah, the government program's always going to be more expensive because they have to disclose your numbers to you, first of all. But that serves as a benchmark because humans like to say, hey, I can do that better than you. We like to do that stuff all the time, don't we? Yeah, Rocket Guy, pretty much. It's a yin and the yang, dude. Seriously, there's not a lot that's going to convince me otherwise. Without SLS, and believe it or not, it's hilarious to me. Without SLS and without all the people bashing SLS and all the SLS is too expensive, SLS this, SLS that, we wouldn't have such huge support for SpaceX and their crazy endeavors. I'm dead serious about this. People would not be as hyped because people love a story, which is funny to me, but yeah, Dodo, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't, without these rockets existing, if SLS didn't exist, it's not like that money would just go to SpaceX. That's not how government funding works. New thoughts on the SM prototype, suborbital or orbital next? Also, let's praise X-15. What do you mean, Elijah? The X-15 plane? I'm not sure why, but all right, cool. You can do things better, but not optimize them. Yeah, see? I'm so sick of SpaceX Sims on Twitter. Hey, Kaylee, don't look. Yeah, the fanboys do get a little bit annoying. And Kaylee, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I'm not one myself. Oh, absolutely. But I'm a fanboy for everything. Are you still a fanboy for SpaceX if you're a fanboy for just rockets? I like every rocket. Like, I will go to bat for SpaceX on here, absolutely. Their way of what Elon says about reusable spaceflight, that's the move forward, all right? And it's going to take a while for SLS and NASA to catch up to that if they ever do. If NASA's ever, in the transporting industry. I mean, like I said, the post office and FedEx still exist, and they have a symbiosis. I think that's where we need to go with spaceflight, because just like what's the post office? They're a package carrier. It's logistics services. How is launching people into space any different? It's the same thing. It's just a means of transportation. Didn't you want Boeing to get to the ISS first? I thought they were going to get to the ISS first, RJ. And then, and then OFT-1 happened, and that was the end of that. China enters the chat. Yeah, Kaylee, that's really where I'm at. Like, once again, okay, that's cool. We're on the same page there. I want every rocket to do well. I'll cheer on every rocket. I don't care. I don't think we have the luxury of being able to choose at this point, if you really want my honest opinion. That would be like the Red Sox-Yankees rivalry starting in 1903, when baseball was in its infancy, rather than like 1918, where it really started to become a thing, right? 15 years down the road, you might be able to just like SpaceX. And you might be able to just like this, or just like NASA, or just like Rocket Lab, or whatever. I don't think we can afford that right now. You know why? because we don't have an economy for it. We don't have the economy for it. We don't have the economy. There's no low Earth orbit economy for you to be able to choose sides. Same thing with cars. In the 1920s, right? You know, you didn't see the brand loyalty with automobiles, especially in the States, that you did in the 60s. Right? The market has to get big enough, right, to be able to pick sides like that. And the market for space is not big enough yet. It's not big enough. It's not. That would be like, yeah, saying like a Model A Ford is better than every other car. No. Henry Ford introduced the Model A, and then B, C, blah, 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 all the way down to T, right? And when he introduced the Model T, he started mass producing them. And you know what happened? All the other automakers said, I can make a better car than that. And I can mass produce a better car than that. But the Model T was the benchmark. And then they competed, and they made a better car. And then Henry Ford said, screw you, I'm still going to make the Model T because you guys suck. It's true. The Model T was made for like 30 years. Seriously, they made it for a really long time because Henry Ford was a stubborn dick. And it took his son to convince him to roll out with the Model A. There was an original Model A in the early 1900s, and then there was the Model A2, I guess, which is what Edsel convinced his dad to make. And that was competition with all the people that said they could make a better car than you. And the Model A became one of the best-selling cars of all time. See what I mean? This goes back and forth, but we're not at that point. We're not at that point where you can establish brand loyalty with a provider. We're almost there, but yeah, I mean, we're not at that point. Space, this could all go down the drain like this. Even if we set foot back on the moon, we're still not at that point. We're getting there, though. We're progressing towards it. And until we get to that point, I'm not going to pick a side because it doesn't make sense. Anyway, rocket engine testing infrastructure. What else do we got? So, let's see. Requirements. Prioritizing investments in projects that enhance test flight certification capabilities for large thrust level atmospheric and altitude engines and engine systems. Continue to make underutilized test facilities available for commercial use on a reimbursable basis. Ensure that no project carried out under this program adversely impacts delays or defers testing and other activities associated with facilities. The Space Launch System and the exploration upper stage of the Space Launch System, in-space propulsion to support exploration missions. Elijah, I think orbital. My gut's telling me that orbital is the next thing. I think Elon setting that goal changed SpaceX's priorities, but also, oh yeah, subtle. So, those upgrades to the test stands at Stennis are going to be upgrades for a better, safer version of SLS, right? More capable. Safer version because you know more about it because you fired it on the stand a bunch of times. And also, they threw in that little tidbit. They're going to upgrade one of the test stands for nuclear propulsion testing. Don't get me wrong, that's not a bad thing. No,
Discovery,
nuclear propulsion testing doesn't screw up the environment. It doesn't. The isotopes that come out of the back of a nuclear engine have a very, 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 very short half-life, so they decay into harmlessness. You can literally fire a nuclear rocket engine in the atmosphere and it won't screw anything up. Because the radioactive stuff that comes out of it decays extremely quickly and decays into stuff that's not bad for the environment. It's hydrogen, so it actually decays into just whatever. I actually forget what isotopes the nuclear engine exhaust decays into, but it's not invasive or anything. Yeah, Ryan, that happens. Hey, rocket guy, 57 months. More rockets, please. SpaceX. Yeah, Blue Origin. ULA, NASA, SNC, Rocket Labs, ASL, ISAR Aerospace, Dawn, Firefly, Virgin Orbit, Relativity, Copenhagen Suborbitals, yep, PLD Space, Skyroot, ARCA, ABL, and yeah, there's good. I want more, rocket guy, yep. Voyager 1 and 2 use a radioisothermic electric generator, Hendo. It's basically a ball of plutonium that, through radioactive decay, generates heat, and they take that heat and turn it into electricity. Because that far out, you can't use solar panels. You're too far away from the sun. All right, so nuclear prop testing. Interesting. Not later than 180 days after the enactment of the Act, the administrator shall submit the appropriate committees of Congress a report on the use of the to promote increased use of NASA rocket propulsion test infrastructure for research, development, testing, evaluation, and activities by other federal agencies, firms, associations, corporations, and educational institutions. Matters to be included. The report required by propaganda. Why did I say propaganda? I looked over here and I was starting to read chat and halfway stopped reading here. The report required by paragraph 1 shall include the following: an assessment of prior use, if any, of the authority under section. Okay. Analysis of any propaganda. Analysis of any barrier to implementation of such authority for the purpose of promoting increased use of NASA rocket propulsion infrastructure. Oh, they're going to upgrade the Indian River Bridge too. To ensure that a bridge over the Indian River at such location provides access to the eastern range for national security, civil, and commercial space operations. Plan shall strongly discourage the imposition of a user-free toll on the bridge. The Indian River Bridge, guys, is the train bridge that NASA uses to move SRBs into Kennedy Space Center. Yeah, that's what that is. It's a bottleneck in the SLS program in terms of logistics. Without the Indian River Bridge, which is a drawbridge north of KSC, without that, yeah, you can't deliver SRBs to Merritt Island because it's an island. That's right, Ryan. Wonder if the A3 test stand for... I wonder if they could use the A3 test stand for NTP. I don't see why not, Cora. In fact, I explicitly think that's what they're referring to be honest with you. Should I sub or should I use it for a smaller channel? What are the benefits of subscribing? Subscribing to this channel, Elijah, first and foremost, gives me cash. It helps support the channel, and then you get emotes for a month in chat. If you want to use that to support a smaller streamer, I don't have a problem with that. You should go do that. I'm not a charity case, man. This is for profit. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I stream here to make money so I can live, okay? And I do it through education, which is fine. I don't have a problem with for-profit education either. That's what I do here. It's like how the Discovery Channel has Modern Marvels, which is a great show to learn about STEM, right? But the Discovery Channel doesn't do it out of the goodness of their heart. I do this because I like teaching rocket science, and I make money off of it, okay? This is for profit. Don't get confused. With that being said, I'm not a charity case. This isn't a charity. I want to earn your sub. So if you think I've earned your sub in your mind, you hold the power here. If you think you should give it to a smaller streamer, that's your prerogative. But at the end of the day, I ask you to give it to a streamer that earns it. I'm earning your damn sub, all right? I don't want you to give me a sub. I earn it. Just like a chef would earn money by making good food. Understand? Odds are they will do MPT in Idaho at the INL. Yeah, maybe. Rocket Lab recovery operations have begun as contracted recovery ship has left port. Cool. Hando, 20-month resub. Pete, gifted a sub to Elijah. Well, Elijah, now you don't have to make the choice. So go give that out to a smaller streamer. But all I ask is that you give it to somebody that deserves it. Give it to somebody whose content you like. Vote with your wallet. And if that means unsubscribing for me and subscribing to somebody else that gives you the satisfaction, go do that. I have no expectations about this. I do what I do to make money. And a bunch of people tipping the stream is...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is not proving my point, but alright. Celtic gifted 10 subs there. Thanks for taking the wind out of my sails, you jerk.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, Celtic. Thanks for the bits, Bill. That'll teach those dang people from wanting to give me money. Yeah. I'm voting with your wallet. Fair? Fair enough. You know the drill. Stop giving me money. It elicits more and more. Shut up and take my money. Yeah, Tessa, so I'm just going to stop. Yeah, no, it's... Dude, even telling people that... Even telling people I want to earn their subs gives me subs. Like, I don't I don't make it a thing to do that. It's just a conversation that comes up, and I tell people, and I guess that must remind people to support the content. So, inadvertently, it's me saying sub to the channel, so it's better if I just shut up about it. But, once again, if somebody asks me, I'm going to talk about it. But, hey, I've gone months without having that question asked, and I've gone months without people subbing to the stream. That happened all through last year. Now, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Last year, I did the quarantine streams because I know what it's like to be cooped up at home, and it's a big pain in the butt, all right? That's why I did do the quarantine streams out of the goodness of my heart. Now, how much of a dick do I sound like when I say that, right? But I did it because I know what it's like to be cooped up at home, and it sucks, and it's not fun. I streamed more because I wanted to give you guys something so you don't go insane. Because you can get cabin fever real quick. And the worst thing about cabin fever is that you won't know you're getting cabin fever until you hit, like, rock bottom, and you're like, huh? You know? Thanks for all the bits, guys. Elijah, you kind of started this. Well, I appreciate it, man. It kind of inadvertently led to me getting some beer money, and I do appreciate it. And I do appreciate the support, guys. But let's get back to this, all right? I don't want to keep talking about it because more people will tip. Yeah, Tessa, I mean, this lot, yeah, of course. Least I can do is support you. I appreciate it, Celtic, really. And that does come from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do. I will not take my foot off the gas pedal. Yeah, John. I was just thinking if we really get back, we're not really. NASA, the 6th National Spaceflight Council meeting had the Department of Energy at it, Gorn. We're getting back into it, not if. It's a question of when at this point. And Starship becomes operational. That would enable some disgusting transfer stage to be built on orbit. Yeah. See last about the bridge. Sure, Max. Hey, 2K, thank you. Thank you for the support, guys. I really appreciate it. And I know I just say that every time, but it doesn't mean that it's like kind of an automated response. Hey, Vickers, what's going on? Love the rocket news. Right on, man. The infamous Vickers. It's a good bomber. It got buried in here, Max, in that tip train. I'll try to click on your name thingy. Messages. Yeah. I think they're talking about the 405 drawbridge over the river. They're talking about replacing starting in 2022. Max, it's the Indian River Bridge. It's the bridge that the trains go across that carry the SRBs. It needs to be fixed. Yeah, it's a drawbridge on the north side. Yeah. Either that or there's the bridge that you use to get to Playa Linda. I mean, maybe that one. You could be right. Northern Snowcat, thank you for the bits. Would be amazing if we funded a tug on SLS to go to Mars as we do Artemis stuff at the moon. Yeah, I mean, guys, the way I see it is that Starship is a good way to establish a link to get somewhere. The way I look at it is that, you know, we started using planes to move stuff around, and planes will work, but in space, we're going to need something that's equivalent to a container ship, and that's where nuclear propulsion comes in. Starship is supposed to be the 707 for space, right? Now, and Starship has its cargo variant, right? But moving stuff in bulk at high efficiency is always the kind of end goal, and that's what a container ship does. Or it gets stuck in the Suez Canal. Ha 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 ha. Yes, topical jokes. We're gonna need something like a container ship for space eventually. Something that's absurdly efficient, that doesn't have very high thrust. It takes a little while to move, but you're moving resources in bulk. Container ships take, what, 2 months to cross the ocean or something? Or like a month if you're going fast, right? Planes take, what, 10 hours, right? 14 hours if you're going from like Sydney to Los Angeles or something across the Pacific, which is where, let's be real, that's where most of the container ships are coming to and from. They're coming out of China, right? Or they're going through the Suez, right? Like for Europe, right? Either way, you got a lot of ground to cover, and we could do it faster by airplanes, but we don't. We do it by container ships because container ships are actually more efficient. That doesn't mean that we can't move cargo by airplane, but yeah, I mean, we still do. But container ships are what drive our globalized economy big time. Could we use SLS cores as wet workshops? I hope we do. And check this out, Max Q. Look at what the next thing is. Pearl River maintenance. ACOE is going to work on The Pearl River. Okay, that one's at Michoud.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey, that's that number. Take your tip. All right, I will. Okay. Value of International Space Station capabilities in low Earth orbit. Extension modification relating to the International Space Station. NASA Authorization Act of 2010 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2030. It looks like with this proposal, they'll extend the ISS to 2030 with this proposal. So, choo-choo. Oh, you got a puppy. There you go. Maintenance of the assured and continued operations, research capability. I'm just picking through this stuff, and so this proposal looks like it has a proposal to extend the ISS until 2030. Now I know what the next question is that someone's going to ask in chat. Well, what happens if Russia decides they don't want to be a part of it? Well, the funny thing is that the U.S. owns the functional cargo block, so they own half of the Russian segment. We paid the Russians to launch it to participate in the International Space Station to help keep their aerospace industry afloat in the 90s after the Soviet Union collapsed. Now, I'm not trying to say that, like, for the folks that are watching overseas, I'm not trying to say that, like, well, we own your module, you can't do anything about it. No, it's not like that. It's, if you go and listen to what the Russians have to say about pulling out of the International Space Station project, they said if they're going to do it, they're going to they're going to not pull out it as in move their modules off of the space station. No, that's not what they're going to do. They're all what I've heard regarding them leaving the International Space Station project means that they'll still support the ISS, but they'll support it in a commercial capacity, i.e. buying the maintenance services for the modules. That's what they said they would do by pulling the plug on the ISS. Basically, NASA would pay them to keep the modules going, and they wouldn't fund the project with Roscosmos money. They would fund it via contracts, like a commercial contract. That's what they said they wanted to do. So, guys, I'll be honest, like, I think something gets lost in translation there. And context really matters. We've seen this multiple times with people taking what the Russians say out of context. But they said that they're not sure. First and foremost, they said they're not sure if they're going to. They said they might. And they said if they did, that's how they do it. So even if they do decide to leave, all that means is that, if NASA wants to keep the ISS going, we just pay for the maintenance on those modules. And I'll bet you money that Roscosmos will still send people to the ISS on a Soyuz. I bet you they will. Because, well, if the U.S. is paying for the space station modules maintenance, yeah, of course send more people up, right? That is most likely what will happen if Russia decides they don't want to participate in an official capacity to the space station anymore. Any chance we could build a space station around Earth and push it into a lunar orbit? Gateway will be assembled out by the moon, Elijah, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't do that. In fact, if we're going to make a transfer vehicle to Mars, it makes more sense to build it in low Earth orbit. If they do, they will have to pay the cost of sending people to the ISS. Yeah, they'll foot the bill on sending people there, Blueland, but the maintenance costs, that's what Dmitry Rogozin specifically said. He said if they do pull out of the space station program in 2025, it means that we're going to farm out, that it means that Roscosmos will, like, NASA would have to buy the maintenance, which is not that much. They'll basically have to foot the entire maintenance bill for the station. That's what they mean. Now, whether or not you think that's a dick move, I don't know. I guess it kind of makes sense if you look at it from their point of view. I'm not going to sit here and tell you as somebody that really likes the ISS and thinks that the ISS is a great way for us to move forward, not as one space program, but as multiple space programs contributing to further our exploration of space, I don't like that. I don't think that's a good idea. But, hey, Russia also doesn't want to be caught with their pants down either. Now, what does that mean? Well, NASA has said that they're going to build the Axiom. They're going to pay Axiom to launch modules to the ISS, and NASA is also funding multiple commercial space stations in low Earth orbit to try and bolster the commercial economy. Russia, who has a very unique capability of being able to manufacture space stations, right? They can do it. China can do it. We can do it, with help from our international partners, right? They don't want to be. That's a very unique capability. So it would be in their best interest to be able to manufacture space station modules and have their own space station. If after the ISS goes down, even if they extend it to 2030, when the ISS is finished, they want to be able to have their own capability to build their own space stations. It makes perfect sense. Like, why would you not?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's only 3 countries on this planet that can build space stations: China, Russia, and the US. That's it. You don't want to abandon that capability. If they just keep footing the bill for those modules, right, and they don't build any new modules, and they just keep attaching stuff to the ISS, when the ISS goes, now what? You don't have a backup plan. Now NASA's going to have multiple commercial space stations and the Axiom modules on top of that. China has their own space station. What does Russia have? Nothing. They won't let that fly. No way. That makes perfect sense to me. Like, that's... I understand. I get it. Like, I don't like it, but I understand. I mean, you got to look out for you first, right? Don't forget the ESA in Europe. Sorry, it's really easy to. I'm just messing with you. When I say the US, I mean international partners. Most of the ISS modules were made in Europe. Yeah, most of them were. Even the Japanese ones, the American ones, they were made in Italy by Thales Alenia. If Russia wants to leave, let's get the ESA on board and get their human spaceflight program going again. I don't think the Europeans want to, RJ, but I mean, I would want them to do that. B-Money, 21 months. I suspect Russia might go and support China with their own space station. No, it's just they're looking out for their own interests, Neo. You have the capability of being able to manufacture spaceflight modules. NASA's paying people to manufacture spaceflight modules like SNC with the Next Step program. In the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations program CLEOD, they're paying people to build new space stations. After the ISS goes, like 4 or 5 smaller space stations are going to replace it, or at least that's the plan. Russia wants in on that. I get it. That makes perfect sense to me. And in that regard, what they're doing, I mean, like, I wouldn't do anything different, to be honest with you. If you try to talk to them, why not? Well, Thor, you might not be a fan of it, and I understand that, but you've got to understand the position. If you don't understand the position, then you're coming from a place of arrogance, and when you're coming to how spaceflight is going to emerge as a commercial destination, right? That's why I always try to understand before I make an assumption. I mean, I'm not perfect. Sometimes I jump to conclusions, and I shouldn't, but hey, I can't get it right all the time. How many Starship tankers are needed to get to refuel a Starship? SpaceX, I think, is working on a propellant depot version of Starship. I'm good as long as they pay NASA to visit the ISS with cosmonauts. I'm fine with that trade. Yeah. Hey, Snackless, what's up? It's not that we don't want it. We don't have the funding for spaceflight. Yeah, Sebi, something with Germany and the economy that you guys have, I don't believe that. I believe that, the country's interests are elsewhere. At least that's what they think. But I don't think that... I think that you guys could fund a manned spaceflight program. At least the equivalent to the Russians. But it's easier to just work with the Americans and have them do it. And that makes sense. I understand. Like, I'm not trying to talk bad. I mean, like, I get it. Nice, Snackless. That's a great picture. All right, let me look through this. So that's talking about the ISS. Department of Defense activities on the International Space Station. I'm going to skip that and read that off stream. Commercial development of low Earth orbit. See what I'm talking about? What else do we got here? Maintaining a national laboratory. Okay. International Space Station laboratory property rights in inventions. Okay. That's people that do science on the ISS. Who owns the IP? Data rights in space. Wow, this is actually pretty comprehensive here. I guess, Sebby. Yeah. I mean, you squished in, it's possible. Payments received for commercial space-enabled production on the ISS. Wow. Rocket Guy, have you read this yet? If you're still here, if he's here, if he's not here, it's no problem. There's a lot of stuff in here. Stepping stone approach to exploration. Not too happy about that one. You should really kind of do the whole thing at once, but that's okay. That's always gonna cost more. I have read some, not all. This is pretty comprehensive stuff here. The administrator in sustainable steps may conduct missions to intermediate destinations such as the moon in accordance with section 2030B. And on a timetable determined by the available funding in order to achieve the objective of human exploration of Mars in section 202B5 of the NASA Authorization Act of 2010. 42 U.S. Code. The administrator determines that each mission demonstrates advances a technology or operational concept that will enable human missions to Mars and incorporates each such mission into human exploration roadmap under Section 432 of the Transitional Authorization Act of 2017. What does this say? That's a lot of legal speak there. This means that... Okay. Stepping stone approach to exploration. This is actually not bad in context. Now, generally, you kind of want to shoot for the moon, right? So the Apollo program didn't say, figure out how, it was the overall goal, get to the moon by the end of the decade, right? And the funding came with it for the entire project, right? Could you drop the link, please? Sure. Nothing wrong with making money, Sevi. This is the Senate proposal for NASA funding, Boring. It proposes a $10 billion increase to HLS funding over the next 5 years, amongst other things. There's also okay, so Boring, long story short, if I was going to sum it up in like a paragraph here, this bill is a lot of the background stuff that you need for a long-term sustainable program to the moon and eventually to Mars. This is a lot of the background things, like upgrading test stands, upgrading the infrastructure, upgrading bridges, new mobile launchers. That's a piece of infrastructure that I think is pretty pertinent, right? Is it enough in your opinion? Okay, Thomas, yeah, Black Rank got scrubbed. Only 10 billion? 10 billion over 5 years, Hazanku, is pretty good. Keep in mind, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be, 2 billion a year. Funding programs work on a bell curve, so it'll likely be 2 billion, 4 billion, right? For the bell curve, right? 2023, and then you move into operational missions in 2024, right? So you have 2022, 2 billion, 2023, 4 billion. That would be where the testing happens, right? So you're at 6 billion a pop, and now you got to make it to 2026, which is 5 years, right? And then 2 billion, and then maybe like 500,000 when you move to, or 500 million when you move to operational missions. It goes up and it goes down. 2 billion over 10 years is pretty good. I prefer 30 billion over the next 10, if you ask me, but this is still good. I mean, Hazanku, I'm not going to sit here and lie. If I incorporate my bias into this, 10 billion is enough. It should be 20. But I'm always going to, even if it was 20, I would say it should be 40. Is that bad? You saved $20 billion, though. Yeah, I mean, Snackless, the funny thing is that no, we didn't. That $20 billion went to SLS, basically. We didn't save dick with the SLS program. That's hilarious. We really didn't. We didn't save anything. If anything, we just did the same thing over a longer time scale, which I think is still that's still funny to me. Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, stepping stone approaches are okay, but having the entire roadmap planned out from the start is even better. So in that context, what is the stepping stone approach? The administrator shall sustain. Okay, so this legal jargon right here, all right? Incorporate each such mission into human exploration mode roadmap under Section 432 of the NASA Transitional Authorization Act of 2017. What does that mean in plain English? Use the Artemis program to figure out how to get back to Mars, or not back to Mars. It's a conspiracy. No, figure out ways by going back to the moon to get to further destinations. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration Transitional Authorization Act of 2017 basically established the Artemis program. Yeah, that's the groundwork for the Artemis program right there. So TAA of 2017, that put the framework in for going back to the moon in 2024, HLS, and basically continuing the roadmap that the SLS program started. Why doesn't NASA just do everything by commercial? Kaylee, I already explained that when I was talking with you before. It's important to have both of them. They're the yin and the yang, necessary evil. So the government program is always going to cost more, right? But commercial wouldn't exist if it didn't have a benchmark to say we can do it for cheaper. Yep. Okay, cislunar space exploration activities. In conducting a mission under subsection A, the administrator shall use a combination of space launches of the Space Launch System and Space Transportation Services. See what I mean, Kaylee? Right there. It's right there in the framework, commercial and NASA. From the United States commercial providers appropriated for the mission. Space Transportation Services from United States commercial providers as appropriate for the mission. Combinations. Smart idea. It'll make a more robust space program in the long run. Plan for not fewer than one space launch system annually beginning after the first successful crew launch of the Orion spacecraft and on the Space Launch System. And establish an outpost on the moon that demonstrates technologies and systems and operation concepts directly applicable to the space vehicle that will be used to transport to Mars, like I said, has a capability for periodic human habitation and can function as a point of departure, return, or staging for administration or non-governmental or international partners to multiple locations on the lunar surface. Cool. The only thing I don't like about this is that part right there. But there is the framework there. They kept it open-ended on purpose. Look, I'm telling you, this is why it's important to go in here and review this stuff when it gets proposed, because anybody that looks over this initially will say, oh, plan for not fewer than one space launch system annually, beginning for the first successful crewed launch of the Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System. So if you looked at that at face value, one SLS launch annually, so one SLS launch per year. But that's not what this says. This says plan for not fewer than. They left it open. So you have to launch SLS at least one a year. That's what that says. That doesn't say one SLS launch a year. That says at least one a year. So that means you could have more, which is a good thing. That's good for spaceflight. This is what we want. They left it open. I mean, in my opinion, that should be planned for not fewer than 4 SLS launches, which is why I say it's like, okay. But once again, I'll always argue for more. Do you think we have the infrastructure to do one launch per quarter? We'd need another mobile launcher, which this build does have, John. You'd need 2 MLs and 2 high bays if we wanted to do it like that. Yeah, if we wanted to do one SLS launch every 3 months, which I think is totally doable, you would need another mobile launcher to do it. But you got to remember, this mobile launcher, the next mobile launcher, we'll build it faster than it took for this one. It won't be as much. And the other thing you got to take into account is that if we buy in bulk, the price goes down. All right. So if we bought one mobile launcher, right, at this price, if we bought 2 at the same time, the price of the second one would go down by like 30%. If you buy in bulk with spacecraft and spaceflight, the price goes down. It's not 5666. This is Senate 1260, which looks like has a lot of 5666 stuff in here, Hellfish, which, that's a good thing. That tells me that the Senate and the House kind of are agreeing on something for a change, which is, in terms of Bill Nelson's confirmation as NASA administrator, which had unanimous consent, that's pretty telling, dude. Seems like everybody's on the same page here. Hasn't NASA already awarded a contract for a second mobile launcher? No, Ryan. This details it. This proposal details it. Is SLS using Apollo's mobile launcher? No, it's brand new. All right. Establish an outpost around the moon. Cost effectiveness. Let's see if they mention buying in bulk here for cost effectiveness. I'm pretty interested. To maximize the cost effectiveness of the long-term space exploration and utilization activities of the United States, the administrator shall take all necessary steps, including engaging non-governmental and international partners, to ensure that activities in the administration's human space exploration program are balanced in order to help meet the requirements of future exploration and utilization activities leading to human habitation on the surface of Mars. So basically, that means use commercial and government resources to get to Mars. Basically, public-private partnerships, just straight government stuff and straight private stuff. Basically, contract out certain parts of the mission as you see fit for commercial to get it done in time. Meaning that if you want to spin off a Mars descent vehicle and you want SpaceX to use a Starship for a Mars descent vehicle sometime, like say we're 10 years into the future. If that's what you want to do, you can do it. Or you could build your own. That's what that's saying. Yeah, read the fourth paragraph of that, Ryan. It will consist of a base structure, the platforms, the SLS, and tower equipped with a number of connection lines called umbilicals, as well as the launch. For information. Yeah. It's cost plus award fee, which means they're paying them to build a tower first. It's not a complete ML. It's cost plus, which means they work as fast as they get the money to be able to do the work, which means that mobile launcher might take a little while. Did Jim go back into politics? Because the last part sounded like him, to be honest. Well, I mean, Vanguard, look, Jim's a pretty dang good politician. He's pretty good at playing the Rule 8 game. You know who's even better at playing the Rule 8 game? Bill Nelson. He's been doing this a lot longer. Bill Nelson has been doing this as long as Jim has been alive. And that's the guy that we have with NASA now. It's not a bad idea, dude. My thing is I'm wondering, will Bill be as bullish about going back to the moon as Jim was? That's the one question that I have. And it seems like the wording from this seems very much like that's kind of where everything is going. But I want to listen to Bill talk without being in like a Senate confirmation. You know what I mean? I just want to hear him go off the cuff about spaceflight and hear what he has to say. We haven't gotten a chance to do that just yet. I mean, let me put it to you like this. Bill is certainly capable of playing the Rule 8 game and understanding Rule 8 and making NASA's policy work as best as he can. Like, he definitely has the skill set for that. I'm basically wondering if, okay, I'll be candid here. I'm wondering if this administration has the same priorities as the last. And I'll be able to hear that the first time I hear Bill speak, where basically where we are in terms of what we want to do in space. I'm still wondering. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to play like he could be doing this, but that's really not what's going on. No. I hate people like that. I go right to the source and I listen to exactly what he has to say. I'll tell you where we stand after I hear him speak. However, with that being said, this is all good news. This is all. I haven't seen much bad. There was that one thing where NASA would restructured the contract pricing for going to the space station, and I said that was bad at the time, but that very much seems like they don't have the logistics to be able to privatize, to launch stuff to the ISS at that cost. The reason is because they don't have enough docking ports. Yeah, that's the reason. Seriously, they can't even launch Starliner to the space station right now. Starliner. A capsule that was like one of the roots of building the IDAs on the space station and a critical link of moving people into space, can't even find time to fly up to the space station. You know that Starliner is waiting for an open spot on the space station right now, right? That's the only reason Starliner hasn't flown at this point. And it's been like this for the past month. Yeah, John, maybe. Hey, Nutbusters. Does NASA have a State of the Union address analog? Not really, Core. It really comes around in a press interview. I've seen this video before, where he puts the spacesuit on. Yeah, pretty cool. Definition of cislunar space. I'm going to blaze through this and see if there's anything else useful in here. Technical amendments relating to Artemis missions. Section 421 of the NASA Administration Authorization Act of 2017. Striking EM1 and inserting Artemis 1, striking EM2 and putting Artemis 2, EM3 and Artemis 3, subsection F3 by striking EM3 and inserting Artemis 3. So Artemis is on the books in this proposal, which is good. Exploration Mission 1, 2, and 3 was the name of the missions before they renamed it to the Artemis program. When are we going to rock some KSP? We can do it now if you want, guys. This is really important stuff. I'm actually kind of a little confused by everybody. Oh, well, we should just play KSP. This is really critical NASA stuff. It's important to read these proposals, but if you want, I can do it off stream. It's really not a big deal. Can we go over the rest tomorrow? I feel like you reading it off stream is better than you speeding through it, but you do you. Hey, Snake, what's up? I mean, RJ, you feel like it, but you just want me to play KSP right now. That's fine, and I understand that, and that's fine. But I wish you would just tell me you want me to play KSP right now, and be like, not pull some garbage reason like, oh, I feel like you'll understand it better off stream. Don't lie. Just tell me what you want. I'm not gonna get upset. In fact, that what you just did there kind of bothers me a little bit more. Like, guys, you don't need to worry about hurting my feelings. It's fine. I wouldn't put myself out on the internet if I was worried about, getting my feelings hurt. It happens on a daily basis, or at least it should, but I don't have that component there to get all mad, except for that one time, RJ, where I wanted to hit you in the face when you talked bad about my truck. But it's okay. It's fine. There was that one time, though. You pissed me off, but it's no big deal. Pretty good. Sacrificial camera just came in. How are you? I'm good, Snake. Hey, now I help fix car. You teach space. Yeah, there you go. Read previous. What's up, character? Much more interested in new policy parameters in the future of U.S. spaceflight. That's what I mean, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. Guys, I know you want to see me play KSP. I understand that, and I get it. This is important. I will. On any other occasion, I probably would have ended Space News by now and probably just said we'll go over the Starship stuff tomorrow. But this stuff is important. Heck, I even anticipated it today. I took a break early because I wanted to get through this and because I knew it would take a second. Anytime one of these proposals comes out, it takes a second to go through. I know, Awesome. I saw him. So, it's clear that people are kind of hung on this. So how about we do this for another 30 minutes, probably less. And then we'll cap Space News at the top of the hour, so in about 45 minutes, because there's still Starship stuff. And KSP at 8. I understand that's a little bit later. I get it, and I get it that the European viewer is not happy. I understand that. All right? But we do have to talk about the polls and stuff, too, and that's going to take a little bit longer. But, I mean, I'll play KSP. I'm awake. I'm good. I'm good to go. We can play KSP for a little while. The poll already ended, Hellfish. It ended an hour and 15 minutes ago. I'm good, Ponzister. Your stream is your choice. I know, GrabShark. I don't mind if people say, hey, when are you going to play KSP? I usually just answer, give me some time. But, yeah, it just... Sometimes Space News goes longer, and today's where we have... and, like, I know KSP is getting pushed. I know it sucks, blah, 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 and that... I'm sorry. Like, I'm genuinely sorry that there's more news going on with what's going on in actual space than there is with my space program in a video game. And I'm not trying to downplay what I do. I know people like that content. I get it. I understand. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'll find a way to balance it all out. That's literally why mission mode exists, to balance it out. So Space News just doesn't go the whole stream, because we have deadlines, right? Trust me, we'll find a way to do it. Well, no, I won't find a way. I'll do it. I'll find a way to balance it out. Trust me. The Lunar Discovery Program, commercial landers, lunar science research, polar volatiles. Okay, so they want... Okay. Search for life. Program continuation. The administrator shall continue to implement a collaborative multidisciplinary science and technology program to search for proof of the existence or historical existence of life beyond Earth. Nice. Cool. James Webb. Cap this Space News, then read this and give us a summary after you do a deep dive into it. Compromise. Now, I ask you this, Vanguard. Why would, like, if I'm going to go do this off stream, we're already pretty much halfway through this. Why would I go do that again off stream? We're already halfway through this, man. Nah, I don't like that counter offer. I'm going to do Space News for another 45 minutes, and then we'll play Kerbal at 8. So James Webb will be the next primary observatory. It was developed as an ambitious project with a scope that was not fully defined at inception and with risk that was fully not known or understood. Despite the major technological development and innovation that was needed to construct the James Webb Space Telescope, major negative impacts to cost and schedule at JWST resulted from poor program management and poor contractor performance. That's some accountability right there. I like that. The administrators should take into account the lessons learned from cost and schedule issues relating to the development of James Webb Space Telescope in making decisions regarding the scope and the technologies needed for future scientific missions, and in selecting future scientific missions, the administrators should take into account the impact that large programs that overrun cost and schedule estimates may have on other NASA programs in earlier phases of development. Closely track and schedule James Webb, basically until it launches. Improve the reliability of cost estimates and contractor performance data through the remaining development of James Webb Space Telescope. Ooh, yeah, they gave this JWST, they give that program a licking here. It's crazy. Yeah, the fact that they got that on the book shows that they're pretty pissed off. There's W first. Continuation of the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope. That's the Nancy Roman. Not more than $3.2 billion. Yeah, Sneaky, I knew that. It ended up in the Indian Ocean, Nutbuster. Good to hear for W first. See, Phil, what I like here is that they said, okay, James Webb was a freaking cluster, dude. Look at that. Look at that number. That's what James Webb has eaten into in cost over since program inception. $8.8 trillion for one frigging telescope. You think SLS was expensive? Now, once again, James Webb is amazing, and it's going to offer an amazing capability. You could have done 8 Constellations programs for that money. Oh, yeah, billion. I said T. Sorry. 8.8 billion. You still could have done Constellation for that money. Wait, that's billion, right? Okay, yeah, sorry. I said T. Sorry, dyslexia there for a second. Minor case. 8.8 billion is still a lot. You could still do Constellation for that money. Hey, Jay, did you know that was a billion? Yeah, so I've been told. See what I mean? So 8.8 billion is a lunar lander, or potentially 3 lunar landers over the next 5 years, or 1 space telescope. Webb has also been in production since you were in high school. Yeah, but see, that's what I mean. This is okay, so the point, sorry about the billion trillion thing. I misspoke. I apologize. Now we go down here. The administrator should continue to develop the wide field survey. Check this out. They capped spending on it. They capped spending on W first. They said do it, but make sure you clearly define what the heck you're going to do with it and don't spend more than $3.2 billion. Interesting. Developing new technology while you build it adds to the cost. Once again, Phil, it shows that every NASA program needs to have a clear, defined goal in terms of scope and capability. If not, you get waste. It's pretty straightforward stuff. It doesn't matter if it's for the Science Mission Directorate or for HEOMD. You're gonna get waste. I mean, tell me something I don't know. And you know what's cool is that the Rule 8 people figured that one out when they probably saw that price tag right there. They probably said, "What the hell? Wait, what? Why?" You know. Meet the objectives outlined in the 2010 decadal survey on astronomy and astrophysics in the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and to maximize scientific productivity based on the resources invested. Okay. Study on satellite servicing for science missions. In-space robotic refueling, repair, or refurbishment capabilities. Study conducted under subsection A shall include the following. Okay, so that's satellite servicing. That's cool. Is there any deadlines for that? Okay. Earth science missions. I'm looking for anything interesting in here. Life science and physical science research. Science missions to Mars. Here we go. The administrator shall conduct 1 or more science missions to Mars to enable the selection of 1 or more sites for human landing. The administrator may carry out a program to collapse. Oh, sweet. We got sample return on the books, or at least in this proposal. This isn't law yet, guys. This is the Senate proposal for what NASA should be doing. I think they called it the Endless Frontier Act, is what this is called, or at least a subsection of it. To return samples for Earth. Okay. The administrator shall then maximum use existing capabilities. Okay. Planetary Defense Coordination Office. Ooh. The first comment is so cringe. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, I guess. Link, please. Okay. Yeah, TJ, there's a pretty good indication that this is going to go through, which is why I also decided to go through it and check. Yeah. I often wonder if people understand if like, I don't know. I'm wondering if people understand that this is rooted in Rule 8 stuff. And what's Rule 8 stuff at its heart? To appease your constituents. Now, who you might think those constituents may be is up to you. I get it. This is going to be... Do not use this time to weigh in on which politicians you hate. Please, for the love of God, don't bring that trash in here. Don't be like that, all right? I'm wondering, you know, it's not just about getting back to the moon quick, right? Even if it means taking a little bit longer, it's good. But I mean, you need to have the deadlines, obviously. But, you know, anybody that thinks a sole source provider is the right move under the guise of costs didn't learn the lessons from the space shuttle program about why that's a bad idea. Don't get me wrong. I want to get back to the moon sooner rather than later as well. I absolutely do. But also at the same time, you got to remember that having one lander and putting all your eggs in one basket has historically proven to be a very bad idea. Yeah, Mile High. You mean I can't express my hatred for Grover Cleveland here? What did Grover Cleveland do, Brimo? He's the only president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. That's kind of cool. It's just, you know, like, I don't know. Like, I'd be curious. Like, sometimes I want to ask these people these questions, but then it's important to understand that Twitter's a freaking zoo. And just because you're at a zoo and you like lions doesn't mean you should jump into the lion's den. I don't need to do that. I'd rather spend my time here talking about this stuff, you know? Oh, okay, Brimo, that's fine. Brimo, I got an email from the guy, by the way. That guy that you told me to talk to. Yeah, I got an email from him, by the way. All right, let's see. Near-Earth objects remain a threat to the United States. Section 321 of the National... Yeah. Current planning acknowledges the goal. Let's see. Establishes a requirement that the administrator plan and develop and implement a near-Earth object survey program to detect, track, and catalog and characterize the physical characteristics of near-Earth asteroids of objects equal to greater than 140 meters in diameter in order to assess the threat of near-Earth objects to the Earth with the goal of 90% completion of the catalog of such near-Earth objects by December 30th. These are asteroid observation. This is asteroid observation, guys. We got to understand how the asteroids move to understand what asteroids could threaten Earth. That's basically what that is. So those NASA programs would be like Kepler, K2, and Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, TESS, which SpaceX launched, by the way. It's one of SpaceX's like 2 payloads that they've sent to the moon. Yeah, I don't understand that part. I don't know. That might be a typo, guys. It's got to be 2021. That doesn't make any sense otherwise. Okay. This is all planetary defense. Suborbital science flights. No later than 270 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the administrator shall submit to the appropriate committees of Congress a report evaluating the manner in which suborbital flight platforms can contribute to meeting the scientific objectives for NASA, for the Science Mission Directorate and HEOMD, human. So for science and human exploration missions. Yeah, Hellfish, it sounds like it's from 5666 if I had to guess. It's not related to TESS. This is the program. The Near-Earth Object Survey Mission. Yeah, it's not related to Tessville, but it's a satellite like that. That's sorry, I misspoke. That's what I should have said. But, you know, technicality, you know, we're talking about law stuff, so technicality is king here. Thank you. Earth science data. The administrator shall name access to the public. Do you think NASA will use New Shepard for microgravity experiments? Yes. I think they'll use it for astronaut trading as well, Vulcan, if you really want my honest opinion. I think that's their price point. That's Blue Origin's price point. So Eric Berger came out the other day, and he said that I've heard that Blue Origin's price point is $500,000. Now that's $500,000 per person. Now, once again, two things. One, that's really, really inexpensive to get above the Kármán line. That's not a lot. Two, that price point is targeting NASA. That's for an astronaut flight. I'm 100% sure of that, if that's the actual price. It makes sense. That makes perfect sense to me. Okay, Earth science, studying the Earth to improve the prediction of the Earth system change, improving model development, meets basic end-user requirements for running on public computers, hosting, construction. Okay, so this basically just says keep doing what you're doing with Earth observation, which is good. Days to launch. What? Today's launch. Today's launch got scrubbed is the end of that sentence. Small sat stuff. Commercial space services. Do you think that at that low of a price they would use New Shepard as a trainer for microgravity? Yes, lulz, that's what I mean. I think that, once again, that 500, we don't know if that 500,000 price is real. If it was, though, I would understand it. That makes perfect sense to me, because that means they're trying to target NASA with a low-cost solution to get people acclimated with what it's like to go up into space. New Shepard is a lot cheaper to fly than even Falcon 9. You could sit here and say that it isn't, but it is, because it's inherently much technically less complicated. So instead of using like the Vomit Comet, you could use, to simulate microgravity environments, you could actually fly people into space, albeit only for a second. That makes sense to me. And once again, Blue Origin's price point in that regard, even Eric reported it might be real, it might not be real, but the price point in that regard makes perfect sense. That's what I think they're doing. I think that New Shepard Blue Origin wants to fly astronauts on New Shepard for training purposes. New Shepard can also simulate lunar gravity. Yep. Okay, Night Viper, will do. Procedures for identifying and addressing alleged violations of scientific integrity policy. Ugh. Aeronautics. I'm interested. Unmanned aircraft. So that's definitions right there. So, good. It seems like they want to keep the aeronautics program going. I'm looking for anything on the quiet SST in here. Continuation of X-Plane projects. Hell yeah. The administration shall establish or continue to implement in a manner that is consistent with the roadmap for supersonic aeronautics research and development required by Section 604B of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Transition Authorization Act of 2017. So, the same Transitional Authorization Act that established the Artemis program also reactivated the X-Plane program and put the quiet SST and, amongst other things, back on the books to have NASA basically be doing aeronautical research as well as spaceflight, which is good. The low boom. How long does it stay at 0G? Couple minutes. Ooh, RMM, be careful with stuff like that in here, bud. All it takes is one match to light the powder keg off on the internet when talking about politics, man. Be careful. You're gonna burn the whole building down. See last, okay. Space News has an article I assume is on what you're reading. Yeah, exactly. I like going right to the source in this regard, Bandit, if I can. So I'm basically disregarding everybody's stuff, even though Jeff over there probably has as good, if not better, analyzation of this than I do. I prefer going right to the source. It's easier this way. I mean, Jeff House has been doing this a whole lot longer than me, that's for sure. Unmanned systems. I'm looking through Sense of Congress on-demand air transportation. Interesting. Hypersonic technology research. Yeah. Hypersonic technology is critical to the development of advanced high-speed aerospace vehicles for both civilian and national security purposes. For hypersonic vehicles to be realized, research is needed to overcome technical challenges, including in propulsion, advanced materials, and flight performance in a severe environment. Cool. Yeah, they want to do more hypersonic stuff. Very good. Space Technology Mission Directorate Flight Opportunities Program. Here we go. It is a sense of Congress that the administrators should provide flight opportunities for payloads to microgravity environments and suborbital altitudes required by Section 907C of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2010, as amended by subsection B. The administrator shall establish a commercial reusable suborbital research program within the Space Technology Mission Directorate to fund the development of payloads for scientific research, technological development, and education, flight opportunities for those payloads to microgravity environments and suborbital altitudes, the transition of those payloads to orbital opportunities. It's basically here in English saying everything but actually stating it. They're talking about Virgin Galactic and New Shepard. I'm like 100% sure of this. That entire section can be done with the Black Brant. Yeah, you could do that as well. Commercial suborbital launch vehicles and carrying commercial users. The administration must fund it. Working with mission directorates. Here we go. All right, let's see. We'll see if this is all. Quarthinos, we'll see if what you said holds water here. Let's see. In carrying out the commercial reusable suborbital research program, the administrators shall work with the mission directorates of NASA to achieve the research, technology, and education goals of NASA. They left it open. So that could be just what the Black Brant rocket is doing. It could be New Shepard. It could be Virgin Galactic. But they did leave it open. They didn't explicitly say, like human spaceflight suborbital. That's what I was waiting for. But they didn't say it explicitly. They left it open. Spacecraft technology. Small spacecraft technology program is important for conducting science and technology validation for short and long duration missions in low Earth orbit, deep space missions, and deorbiting capabilities designed specifically for smaller spacecraft. Combination of certain payloads and carrying out the small spacecraft transportation or small spacecraft technology program. The administrator styles the mission response. Nuclear propulsion technology. Here we go. It is a sense of Congress that that nuclear propulsion is critical to the development of advanced spacecraft for civilian and national defense purposes. The administrator shall coordinate with the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of Defense to continue to develop the fuel element for NASA nuclear propulsion technology, undertake the systems feasibility studies for such technology, and partner with members of commercial industry to conduct studies on such technology. Nuclear propulsion demonstration. Not later than December 31st, 2021, the administrator shall determine the correct approach for conducting a flight demonstration in nuclear propulsion, submit a report to Congress on a plan for such a demonstration. Not later than December 31st, 2026, the administrator shall conduct a flight demonstration described in paragraph 1. Keep in mind, this is just a proposal right now. This is the Senate proposal for basically NASA for the foreseeable. A flight demo of what? A nuclear transfer stage. Nuclear propulsion technology demonstrators. Yeah, Mile High, this is, keep in mind, this is a proposal, but that proposal calls for a flight demonstration in 2026. And that leads in right into the next subsection. The reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to lay the groundwork for Mars forward technologies. Long lead technologies and systems. It is the sense of Congress that the administrator should pursue multiple technical paths for entry, descent, and landing on Mars, including competitively selected technology demonstration missions. Prioritization of long lead items and systems. The administrator shall prioritize within the Space Technology Mission Directorate research, testing, and development of long lead technologies and systems for Mars, including technologies related to entry, descent, and landing on Mars, in-space propulsion, including nuclear propulsion, cryogenic fluid management, and in-situ scale additive manufacturing, electrical propulsion, including solar electric propulsion, leveraging lessons learned from the power and propulsion element of the Gateway, and yeah, technology demonstrations in that regard. Okay. Low Earth orbit and cislunar missions, including missions to the lunar surface to demonstrate technologies for Mars. Prioritization of low enriched uranium technology. That's for nuclear propulsion. We can go through that. Next generations technology. Optical communication technologies. Hell yeah, dude. This is what I'm talking about, man. You go digging in here, you'll find some stuff that's pretty dang cool. Will be critical to the development of next generation space-based communications network and will have the potential to allow NASA to expand the volume of data transmissions in low Earth orbit and deep space. May provide for more secure, cost-effective solutions that current radio frequency communications current radio frequency communications systems. So, using lasers. So basically fiber optics in space without the fiber optic cable. The idea is that in space, you can use fiber optics to beam information from satellite to satellite. You don't need a cable to do it. There's no air in space. There's stuff in space, of course. There's orbital perturbations and planets and stuff might get in the way, but you can use a laser pointer to beam information from one to the other. That beam is, yeah, basically, yeah, optical communications. Mm-hmm. So the bigger version of the Starlink laser links. Yep. Mm-hmm. May provide more secure and cost-effective solutions than current radio frequency communication systems. Yeah, LiDAR communications. Basically, O-Force. Yep. Wouldn't optics need to account for the time it takes light to get somewhere? Yeah, but that's a lot faster than radio waves, LQ2, of course. You basically gotta point the thing where the recipient's going to be in however long it takes. You have to lead the target, essentially. Yeah. But line of sight, though. Not necessarily line of sight. It's more about what's at the receiving end, plutonium. So you just want to make sure that you have line of sight when you want the transmission to get where you want it to get. But speed of light moves way faster than radio waves, right? So instead of, like, hang on. Speed of light from Earth to Mars. How long will that take? Speed of light is moving at approximately 186,282 miles per second. Or what is it? 300 million meters a second. Radio's light. You guys know what I meant. You guys know exactly what I meant. Shut up. See, technicality. You guys really like to make this not fun, don't you? Yeah, I get it. Light, freaking radio waves. Yeah, I understand. I understand that is what that is. I get it. All right. So you're gonna sit here and okay, let's see. You want to be technical? We'll play the technical game now. Okay. So I said what I said. Should we tell him? So okay, by that logic, I said the speed of light is faster than radio waves, right? So By that logic, you think that this entire subsection about optical communications is useless because radio waves do the same thing. All right? So we should just disregard this entire section. Let's just skip to the next one. You see what I mean? Yeah, I misspoke. You guys know I misspoke. All right? But you want me to skip to the next section? I can because it doesn't matter, right? See what I'm talking about? I can be technical like that too. See how much of a dick thing that is to do? You guys misspeak in chat all the time, and I understand what you're saying, and I just answer the question anyway. Speed doesn't equal bandwidth. Oh boy, let's just... You know what? I'm just going to skip the whole section then. Screw that. Let's keep going. Yeah, the section's clearly worthless, so... Lunar surface technologies. Let's see. Lunar surface of future Mars. Okay. Convene teams of experts from academia, industry, and government to shape the technology developed and establishing the partnerships. You have to be extremely technical with chat. Yeah, it's fine. I'm trying to get through this relatively quick because I know there's some folks out there that want to play Kerbal, and going through it quicker, I might misspeak on things fast, you know, because I'm trying to analyze this information in real time without reading source material off the cuff. You know, I might say some things that are wrong, and I apologize if I get it wrong. I know, I know I shouldn't do that, but, you know, you guys friggin' put me on ice over here saying you want to play KSP. So I'm trying to get through this relatively quick, and I might misspeak in that regard, all right? I'm sorry, I didn't get that one right, okay? You try sitting up here and analyzing this in real time. And, okay, so come up with an analogy in less than 5 seconds, or else it's not worth it. It's not easy to do, man. And sometimes I misspeak, and sometimes I get things wrong. It doesn't, like... It's tough, dude. But, you know, whatever. I'm just going to sit here and keep doing it until I get better at it. The administration to carry out a program with Space Technology Mission Director to connect Valentine Station to enable human and robotic exploration on the lunar surface research consortium. It's a cohesive executable strategy. I appreciate the kind words, chat, but I'm not really fishing for compliments right now. I'm trying to get through this on somewhat of a reasonable time scale. This is saying, you know, this right here is freaking saying that you should use this stuff on the moon with public-private partnerships to facilitate exploration of Mars. I mean, amongst other things. STEM engagement, that's what I do. I don't need to read that part. There's grants. What else do we got? Workforce and industrial base. Okay. I'm just going through the different sections at this point. Yes, and we are appreciate your job. That's why we're here. There's nothing wrong when you make a mistake, but if you do, we have to try and correct you. Oh, believe me, Orion, I know. Yeah. No, you don't need to tell me that part. Thanks. I'm just reading through the rest of this, guys. I can read through it faster than I can say it, you know, aloud. I wouldn't want to misspeak again. I thought you said earlier you don't get butthurt. Yeah, I don't, John. I already admitted that I was wrong in that regard. I misspoke. I'm sorry. Bandwidth doesn't necessarily equal speed. I admitted I was wrong 15 minutes ago. You don't need to keep telling me. I get it. That's what's pissing me off. I mean, do we want to do this at any useful speed, or do we want to, I mean, like, that's what I mean about wasting time. Believe me, I'm good at wasting enough time on my own. I don't need you guys helping me. Protection of public data. This is all the not cool stuff. This is all the background stuff, like cybersecurity. I'm not really too interested in. If people want to go read that on their own regard, they can. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Bilateral policy program order of any kind of participating, collaborating funded by the government or any company owned by the. Okay, so still, yeah, still don't want to work with China. I get it. Okay. '21st century space launch infrastructure. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Okay, to enhance safety, to advance government and commercial space transportation. Projects funded under the program under subsection may infrastructure relating to commodity. Yeah, that's very vague. Standard interfaces to meet customer needs for multiple payload processing and launch vehicle processing. Also vague. Enhancements to range capability and flexibility. That's pretty cool. All right, so basically upgrades to the range so they can handle more launches. Zen, you can feel my anger, huh? Me saying that I was pissed off like 30 seconds ago wasn't a good enough indicator. Like you could feel it, or did you just hear it? See? I can do this too. If we want to go nowhere. See what I'm talking about? Do you really love the lamp, or are you just saying that because you saw it? Missions of national need. What are they? Okay, so what have we got here? So space debris mitigation. Cool. The current organizational funding structure at NASA has not prioritized the funding of missions of national need. Okay. This is all. See, this is getting into stuff that I'm not, like, that one, I'm not really sure what this says, to be honest with you. Missions of national, they talk about, so we need to establish missions that we need. Space debris mitigation or removal missions may not provide the highest value science as determined. Okay. So, even though, okay, all right, I had to read it again. Even though that is like a debris mitigation mission, so like a deorbiting satellite isn't necessarily a scientific mission, and NASA wouldn't, you know, NASA shouldn't do like not science stuff. It still might be needed, in case, you know, in case, like, I don't know, like say the space station needed to be deorbited or something. I mean, it's in a decaying orbit automatically, but like, or a TDRS satellite or something. This is basically working on NASA working on missions that, you know, could mitigate space debris or asteroid detection. Like, they might not be just about the science, they might be for planetary defense, if I'm reading this correctly. What part of KSC is run by the Space Force rather than NASA? KSC is run by NASA, Corthinos. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station is run by the Space Force. Or, more specifically, the 45th Space Wing, now known as Space Delta 45. They changed the names of all the wings of the Space Force. They're now called Deltas. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Drinking water well replacement for Chincoteague, Virginia. That's Wallops. Wallops needs a new drinking well, I guess. They changed the Presidential User Advisory Group and put in President's Space Advisory Board. By striking Users Advisory Group, each place it appears and inserting President's Space. Interesting. Interesting that they made that amendment right there. Especially with the fact that they decided to continue the National Spaceflight Council. Huh. Isn't range safety or something a military responsibility? Are we talking about range or space centers, Corthinos? Hold on. So there's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and then there's Kennedy Space Center. Those are, Kennedy Space Center is run by NASA. Space Force Station is run by the Space Force. All of those exist under the Eastern Testing Range, or ETR for short. The Eastern Testing Range is overseen by the Space Force Delta 45 out of Patrick Air Force Base. That's the range. Range operated, rock report, range status check. Go Atlas. Like, you know what I mean? The Space Force has the Space Force Station, NASA has Kennedy, but they both are serviced by the Eastern Testing Range. And now, if you go over to the West Coast at Vandenberg, there's the Western Testing Range, or WTR. The Western Testing Range is overseen by the 30th Space Wing, or Space Force Delta 30 now is what it's called. And then the Space Force has other divisions that are called Space Control Squadrons that are designed for space debris management and space situational awareness if you want to break down Space Force's like structure. Like the 18th Space Control Squadron, or Space Force Delta 18. Delta 18, I think, is what they want to change the name to, or they've already changed it to it. They're Earth observation. So they look at debris. Like the 18th Space Control Squadron was tracking the Long March 5B core stage, for instance. Hey, Decline, what's going on, man? I'm just wondering how much extra funding for NASA for improving capacity really matters when the military has some responsibility. I don't know. Yeah, Corthinos, that's... I mean... I'll keep telling... I'll say what I say, Corthinos. Like, okay, so the Coast Guard is generally regarded as a branch of the military, but it's not a branch of the military. It could be. It could switch to the military under wartime conditions. Space Force is the same way. It really is. Space Force in branches of the military is kind of it's like a department of the Air Force in the way that the Marine Corps is a department of the Navy, right? But it's more like space FAA for what it's worth. Yeah, it's space traffic control. That's all. Like you won't see like Space Marines and stuff. That would be a little weird. Not much. Been a long time since I've seen the stream. Yeah, I was going to say, where have you been? Speaking of the Navy. No, you don't need to say. What's going on, buddy? How are you? I'm looking through the rest of it. This is just stuff. We're pretty much at the end. Commercial spaceports licensed by the FAA. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Not later than 1 year after the date of this enactment of this act, the administrator shall submit to the appropriate committees of a congressional report on the benefits of increased use of commercial spaceports licensed by the Federal Aviation Administration for NASA, civilian space missions, and operations. I wonder what they're talking about. The report required by subsection shall include the following: a description and assessment of current use of commercial spaceports licensed by the FAA for NASA civilian space missions and operations, a description and assessment of the benefits of increased use of such spaceports for such missions and operations, a description and assessment of the steps necessary to achieve increased use of such spaceports for space missions and operations. Guess what that's about? I'll give you 3 guesses why that's in there. That's right, Fractal. Van Horn, Texas for Blue Origin and Boca Chica for SpaceX. Definitely. Commercial spaceports licensed by the FAA. Those are the only 2 that I can think of. Everything else is under the Eastern or Western testing range. So they want to report on how, basically they want to report about how Boca Chica and Van Horn launch things into space. Or any other commercial spaceports. I mean, there's probably more. Thomas, can you think of it? Camden? What's Camden? Refresh my memory. Also, Spaceport America, New Mexico. Yeah, probably that one too. How to Rock. Anything where NASA has interest in, or anything where somebody launches something above the Kármán line that's not on the Eastern or Western testing ranges. Oh, George. Yeah, I mean that's under the Eastern testing range, Thomas. If you really want to know, it is. At least I'm pretty dang sure of that. Don't worry, someone will let me know if I'm not. Thanks, Deepak. Has anything happened with launches out of Kodiak? Astra launched something into space out of their Cortinos, but they use that for missile testing, so we don't really hear much about what's going on up there, and it's very infrequent on top of that. Are they launching that rocket? Are they launching the rocket today? Someone's always launching a rocket every day, Mo. No, the rocket launch, the barium launch out of Wallops, that got scrubbed again. Something went wrong with it. Not went wrong. They said they had to check it out more, which means, yeah, they gotta, yeah. I think they scrubbed too many times. Anytime with any rocket mode, if you scrub a certain amount of times, it gets to a point where you should just take the rocket down and not try to force the issue. They had a bad experience one time when they did that. They hit rocket on some launch support equipment. What? What does that mean? You know they did helicopter on Mars, John? Time to inspect the rocket after the vehicle came in contact with a launcher support during today's preparations. Ooh. Someone put a dent in it? Did you see the Chad Mars skit on SNL? Yeah, I saw it. Someone did an oopsie. Yeah, if someone does an oopsie, you generally should, you know, yeah, that if someone does an oopsie, you should take the whole thing apart and ensure that all the components are correct. I hit the end of the article, hit the end of the thing here. Oh, the only thing I missed was budget appropriations. That's what I wanted to go right to the SLS stuff, so. Yeah, I mean, we're back up at page 16. We were down at 158. So there's the $10 billion over 5 years thing. That's probably the biggest thing to get from this, that they want 2 landers. What I wanted to check was budget allocation here. That's the last thing, and then we're good. Have you seen this news from NASA? Laser communications, empowering more data than ever before. Oh, yeah. No, I know about that, Clayton. Believe me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know all about that. Authorization of appropriations. There are authorized... Okay, for exploration. So this is fiscal year 2021. Oh, yawning means it's the end of space news. For exploration, 6.7. For space operations, 3.9. For science, 7.2. For aeronautics, 828 million. Space technologies, 1.26. For STEM, 120 million. For safety, security, and mission services, is 2.9B. Construction, environmental compliance, and restoration. Inspector General, 44 million, and then goes right into HEO. So these are authorized to be approved for the administration for fiscal year 2021. 23.49 billion here. What was NASA's budget previously? I'm trying to remember if this is an increase or not. I think it was 22.5, so I think this is a $1 billion increase. I think. Yes, it was 22.5. So this is 23.4. Interesting. It's a 6.1% increase, if I remember correctly, for this proposed budget. Oh, hi, launch tower elevator parts. Cool. That's awesome, Thomas. Man. 7.2. So this 3.9 billion is like the ISS and stuff. That's for stuff that's already up there. The ISS, TDRS, stuff like that. Exploration is all like the test stands. All the test stands for the rocket motors, SLS, the VAB, Michoud, stuff like that. It's proposed, Spartan, to be extended to 2030. Okay. Overall, guys, I guess this proposal isn't exactly... It's not terrible. That's for sure. How come Starship launches from Texas if Falcon 9 launches from Cape Canaveral? Falcon 9 launches from Vandenberg too, Mile. I think the reason why Elon put Starship in Texas, dude, is because he wanted a commercial spaceport that's beholden to only the FAA and not the range. And believe it or not, that there was stuff in that bill to be able to upgrade the range tracking services so they could have more bandwidth for launches, right? But basically, SpaceX wanted a spaceport that was basically their own, where they wouldn't have to worry about conflicts with other vehicles on the range. That's why Starship ended up being built in Texas. Isn't there currently a buffer required for range turnaround, something like 8 hours? The equipment that the range used has please correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm pretty dang sure that the range stuff has the range infrastructure has been on deferred maintenance for a very long time. That's what I've heard. Take it with a grain of salt. The range has a turnaround time, and it's not why? Okay, so like think about it like this. The range has a turnaround time of, it takes a day for them to turn around, if a launch scrubs, it takes a day, or if a launch goes, it takes a day for them, not scrubs, if it launches, it takes a day for them to recycle. Now, why? Why does it take that long? Well, up until SpaceX, even up to basically like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, when SpaceX started doing a lot of high-frequency Starlink launches and whatnot, why the heck would you need to launch a rocket to like one right after the other? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense to upgrade the range infrastructure to be able to do that. So they didn't defer maintenance on it so much as that was good enough for what you needed, right? A floppy disk was good enough for what we needed until it became too small of a storage device, and then we moved to something different, right? It's funny because that budget proposal has a proposal to upgrade the range infrastructure, which is cool. Was the original plan for SpaceX to launch from Kwajalein? I forget, Rizik, the reason why they launched out of Kwaj. I forget why they moved out there. So yeah, that's the reason why Starship ended up being built where it is, because they didn't want to have range conflicts with other launch providers. Please insert disk 15 to continue. Ah, too real, man. Too real. Too real, dude. All right. SpaceX had planned to launch Falcon 9 from Kwajalein and then shifted to the Cape.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Are you seriously asking serious, or is this just another troll question, man? Nuclear 17-month resub. Thanks, man. Couldn't think of something clever. Queva. Nice. Happy 17-month anniversary, I guess. I guess, man. All right. From what I remember from liftoff, they started at Vandenberg. Yeah, I know they started at Vandenberg, but the military brass thought they weren't serious, so they moved to Kwajalein because the army was more than willing. Military brass thought they weren't serious. Really? I seem to recall, like, what do you mean they weren't serious? Falcon 1 was on a pad at Vandenberg. Look. Look. There's a Falcon 1 on the pad at Vandenberg. There was an NSSL launch on the same complex that blocked SpaceX from launching for months, so they moved to Kwaj. That makes much more sense, okay. Yeah, see, yeah, the same thing that we were just talking about, oddly enough. Cool. Alright. There is the Starship stuff, but I suppose we could just go over it tomorrow. If you want, you can look at the power boom. So the Liebherr 11350 is back at the launch site, and they started installing the power boom on it. Power boom is basically it's basically a wider boom that you can use with the crane. These lattice crawler cranes are configurable. It's a wider boom that you can use with the crane. Long story short, lift heavier payloads. You can lift heavier things further. Like, for instance, if you wanted to build a service structure that's 500 feet tall, you'd need a big friggin' crane like this. Current status. Yeah, there they go. They're using cranes to make a bigger crane. Yeah, power booms, man. Yeah, this is the type of crane that NASA used a crane with a NASA used a crane with a power boom to build the mobile launcher and help move the umbilicals up on the mobile launcher for SLS. And then, if I'm remembering correctly, Blue Origin also used a very similar crane with a power boom to build the fixed service structure at Slick 36. You can't show this on Twitch. Yeah, this is basically going to be used to lift those subsections up there. So you have your mast. There's your mast control right there. This is the derrick, and that's the boom. The boom will be most likely attached to a jib, and you'll have the dual jib control. Let me get the PDF out. I'll show you. Let me see if I can find the right configuration here. It'll look something like that, but a lot bigger. Yeah, something like this in the center. The SDW, that one right there. It'll look like that. This crane's gonna be friggin' huge. How much does that Appleton crane weigh? Yeah, Phil, I saw you say that before when I was taking a break. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should check the load tables. I'm pretty sure it can lift it, man. Yeah, this thing's definitely going to have a jib installed on it. Keep in mind, they might reconfigure the crane to be able to put it up to a higher, to be able to lift stuff up higher. They might reconfigure it. These cranes are like Lego kits. You can just add more segments, and depending on how you have the crane configured is dependent on what type of payload you're putting in where. So like, it probably won't look like this. This is a single boom with a jib. It's probably not going to look like that. Those are all the load tables for the different configurations. Yeah, like this one right here. So you have your mast, you have a wagon, you have the derrick, main boom with power boom attached. So it has a double thick boom, right? And then this is the jib, and the jib mast's up here. Yeah, basically there's a set of pulleys between these two, the rabbit ears right there. There's a set of pulleys, and these two pulleys will determine the angle right here of this top of the top part of the jib. And then there's another set of pulleys right here, and that's connected on pendants to the top of the main boom, and those pulleys right there determine the angle of the boom. And then you have the mast, and the pulleys from the mast are connected to the house on the crane, and that can take this entire mechanism and make it hunch over if you need to, like the cut of your jib. Yeah, this is what the crane looks like in a certain power boom configuration. So that's the power boom right there. Basically, it's a strengthened up version of the boom to move extremely heavy things around. This doesn't have a jib, so that's just the power boom, main power boom with a derrick and the mast with a wagon. That's all. The configuration I think they're going to do is going to be bigger than this. Yeah, it's going to look like that. This crane's going to be gigantic. I mean, think about it. Think about it, dudes. The service structure here is 500 feet tall. So, what's 500 feet in meters? The crane has to be able to reach up to the top and put stuff on the top, so this crane's going to be more than 500 feet tall. So 500 divided by 3.3 is 151 meters. So the crane is going to need to be up here. It's going to need to be in this area up here. Like, so the configuration will probably look something like this, and the service structure and that thing will be right here. Yeah, and there's the load tables for that configuration. SDW, SDW, B2, SDWV, B2, and BW. So the load tables are, if I'm looking at this right, are taking into account the angles of each thing in, no, that's 12 and 20 W. I'm not sure what this means, actually. I'd have to go look. So BW is balance weight. I'm not sure what B2 and B are, to be honest with you. I know that these are the load tables. With this type of stuff, you can only lift certain things at certain angles. If you exceed the weight of the counterweight and try to lift something up, or you reach the crane over to where your counterweight can't compensate for it, the crane tips. Ask me how I know from our deep dive in when we made cranes. Why not just use one of those skyscraper cranes? A tower crane, Mile? A tower crane is, well, I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't know the exact reason. What I do know is that SpaceX doesn't need this for a long period of time. They just needed to build the service structure. Also, there's rockets launching. I don't think I need to say why you'd want a fixed tower crane near something that's launching near anything that moves rockets through the air. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. If I had to guess. It's just a guess, though. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think a tower crane can lift this. I don't think there's any tower crane in the world that could lift as much as that 11350. Seriously, that thing. Tower cranes aren't used for moving big sub-assemblies around. Tower cranes are used for moving smaller stuff and up to the top of a building. The tower crane is really more about moving a smaller thing a longer distance. So like a tower crane would lift like one single I-beam up at a time, or one single column, right? And then it moves it into position. They stage it on the top of the skyscraper, and then they install it where they need to. It's not designed for moving gigantic sub-assemblies like this. What's with Wario Musk? I put it on there because I thought it was funny. Seriously, I mean, yeah, dude. Once again, look at these load tables. Look at these load tables for this configuration. This is the SDW. I mean, guys, that's tons. This is tonnage right here. All these numbers are tons. So in certain configurations, the crane can lift 700 tons. At certain angles of the jib in certain configurations, if you have a higher angle, it can lift up to 900 in this configuration. The 11350 denotes maximum payload. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that number right there is 960 tons. That's ridiculous. That's like 2 million pounds. Yeah, so building a launch tower, this thing is really good for it. You would use this over a tower crane. Are you trying to tell me that tiny crane can lift that much? Crane ain't tiny, dude. Looks can be deceiving. Look at the trucks. Look at the trucks next to that crane. I'm guessing it's more to do with the huge foundation than the load bearing of the crane. Yeah, maybe, Geeson. 700 tons is 7 million pounds? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know who said that, Joshy, but it wasn't me. Show them the full configuration on their website. For the Liebherr? Yeah, right there. There's your full config for a jibbed crane that goes up to 200 meters with power boom. That's what this is going to look like, guys. Keep in mind, the derrick, this thing right here, that piece of the crane is called the derrick. That's the red part. So, look at the red part, the derrick, right? Okay. Look at the trucks, and then look at this picture. That is a monster of a freaking crane. How are they going to lift the rest of the tower to the full height? That? Yeah, crawler crane. There are bigger crawler cranes than this. The 11350 is big, but it's not the biggest one. There's one crane I can think of off the top of my head that's bigger. We want a crawler crane. Yeah, see, derricks and counterweights. Yeah, I mean, these things are marvels of... Wait a minute. Oh, why you gotta show that? God damn it. They had to use that, didn't they? On Liebherr's website for their crawler cranes, they showed one of their cranes building the A3 test stand. The A3 test stand got $30 billion, if you want to know. The A3 test stand was a vacuum-optimized test chamber designed to utilize high thrust upper stages. It was designed for the J2X. It was a test stand that was designed for the J2 under the Constellation program. You want to know the messed up part? I say it got Constellation, but the contractor, the prime contractor for the J2 test stand after Constellation got canceled, said, yeah, no, you can't renege the contract like that. That is illegal. They took NASA to court. Yeah, the prime contractor. So, You know, NASA said, we're going to pay you this much money over the next 5 years, you know, to build this test stand. And the company said, all right, cool, sweet, great. And then a year into it, you know, they said, oh, wait, never mind. And the company said, no. Yeah, that's not how this works. We're going to court. And they sued NASA. And, or they tried to sue NASA. And NASA said, fine, whatever, just finish it. So they built it. And the test stand was basically completed in 2013, 2 years after Constellation was canceled. It was completed right on time per the original Constellation deadlines, though. So there's that. So I'm guessing it isn't used. It has been completed since 2013, and it has approximately done nothing since. Yep. Yeah, that's why I'm like... Distraction. Yeah, the Manitowoc. Yep. The 31,000 is the biggest crane. Take a look. We can't repurpose it. It's not that we can't repurpose it. What are we gonna, like, what are we gonna... SLS wants to use RL-10s in the upper stage. We don't have a need for it. Yep. The 31,000 is the biggest one. And I heard through the grapevine, keep in mind this is through the grapevine, I heard that this crane will find its way to Boca Chica eventually. Contractor has some balls. Yeah. It wasn't even their representatives. The freaking contractor took NASA right to court. Oh yeah. And the test stand got completed. So it's there. It works. Well, I don't know if it's worked, but you know, yeah. It's there. And it was, like, once again, it was completed on time. It was completed on time. It was scheduled to be completed in 2013. The J2X would have had testing for 2 years. Ares 1 would have had testing for 2 years. And it probably, yeah, Ares 1 probably would have flown with people on it sometime in 2015 or 2016. Yeah. Where did the latest RS-25 test get tested? The A2 test stand phase. A2. Test Raptor vacuum in it. SpaceX has McGregor. There's no point. Why wouldn't you take them to court? It's possible they structured the next 20 years of their company based around that 5-year contract from NASA. That's right, D-Pick. Yeah. D-Pick, that's why... Look, I know I beat the $30 billion thing into the ground, but look at how much chaos it caused in the space program. We're still reeling from that. We're still reeling from that decision, and we're gonna be reeling from that decision for a very long time. I mean, look at how difficult it is just to get a human landing system on the books right now. Look at how much of a pain in the butt it is. Look at how much of a pain in the butt it is even to get SLS with an upper stage. All right. After Columbia happened, we had the opportunity to not only get a small launch vehicle, but a large launch vehicle, a super heavy lifter, and a roadmap for the next 30 years on the frigging books. Like, everybody's, yep, this is the right move. This is what we should do. And then a certain commission kind of ruined that. And what went wrong? I blame the recession. I'll go with the recession and we'll leave it at that. UFOs, that's right. Anyway, I would get into the Starship videos, guys, but I just wanted to talk about the power boom. Let's play some KSP, I think. Actually, no, that's not what happened at all. Congress was on board with this, and they wanted to fund the project. It was the executive branch that didn't want to do something like this and wanted to incentivize and expand the already existing commercial programs. And Congress basically said, no, don't do that. And yeah, then we got a boondoggle. Have you fixed the crane in KSP yet? Nope. You ever some quick plane pictures before we start KSP at the air show? Link them up, man. Absolutely. Sounds like the Freedom Program. RJ, I said lessons will be learned. And I'm going to try to do the program that I have in good faith, but I have a feeling this one could end poorly. Blaming the recession is kind of weird. The economy is tanking, so let's fire people. Yeah. No mods, Kaylee. I play by mission mode rules. So if you type in !M rules into chat, the mission mode rules will pop up. And I play by a rule set that involves chat funding and coming up with the directions and goals of the program. And we got to vote on one of those goals tonight, and we'll do that in a second here. Fort Lauderdale Air Show, P-51, F-16. Cool. Oh, dude, the Red Bull copter. That's cool. Yo, that's awesome. Oh, man. That's what I'm talking about. These pictures are great. I like that one. C-17. What a great plane. Oh, look at the fleet of T-6s. Or wait, are those T-6s? Yeah, they look like T-6s, maybe. Cool. Ah, the extra. That's so cool. The extra 300. Go home, helicopter. You are drunk. That's sick. And yes, there's Skytech. Cool. I thought that was a C3 or a C5. Phase, there's no such thing as a C3, if I'm remembering right, that serves in the modern U.S. Air Force. There's the C5. The three transport planes that the U.S. uses mostly is the C-130, the C-17, and the C-5. So C-130 is the smallest. C-17 is the medium duty. C-5 is the big boy. The C-5 is the biggest. Yeah, here. See if I can find a picture in comparison here. Give me a moment. Now, this picture doesn't have a C-17 in it, but here, check this out. This is an awesome picture. There's a C-5, KC-135 right there, two F-15s and a C-130. So that's the C-130 right here. So that's the small boy. That's the big boy. And the C-17, guess what? It's about half the size of these planes. Yeah, the C-17 is exactly halfway in between. Now, the C-130, each plane offers different capabilities. So the C-130 is small, light-duty transport for, like, airlift, strategic airlifting. The C-130 has certain qualities that the other planes can't do. So, like, the C-130 can land on an unprepared runway. You could land this in a field, no problem. It has really heavy-duty suspension. The C-17, I forget if you can do that. I forget if you can land that thing on an unprepared surface. I don't think you can, but you might be able to. Did the F-15 start flying again? What? Yeah, there you go. Here's a picture. Yeah, there's the three planes that make up the strategic transport for us. You can at least once. C-17s can land on soft strips. There you go. Yeah, this can land on like a dirt runway, or they can land on snow if they have the skis attached. This thing needs a runway. The C-5 is gigantic. It's bigger than a 747. It's bigger than an A380. There's only one plane that's bigger that I know of in terms of, like, not necessarily wingspan, but size. There's only one plane I know that's bigger, and that's the Antonov 225. The 141 was phased out in the late 80s, early 90s, and the C-17 replaced it. The C-17 completed orders. They started making the C-17 in 1991, and then the last orders for the Air Force rolled off the assembly line for initial production in 2014. And then they promptly mothballed the factory. The factory was in Long Beach. It was at Long Beach Airport. Yeah. Because that's where McDonnell Douglas used to manufacture all their planes. Then when they merged with Boeing, Boeing shut down production at their passenger plant there, and then when the C-17 contract was finished, they yeah, promptly abandoned that as well. When I was stationed at McGuire in 94, we were a 141 base. Yeah, they were phased out over time, Facha.
Discovery,
The
go
Air
at
Force
throttle up.
doesn't just... The Air Force doesn't just, you know, say, oh, we're done here, and stop using all the planes and then fly them to Davis-Monthan, right? They slowly, as the planes get produced, they slowly replace them over time. There's a C-5 base not far from you, Westover. Westover or Barnes. I think it's one of those things. I think Westover is F-15s. Barnes is C-5s. And then there's Otis, but nobody... I don't think there's any fighter wing stationed at Otis anymore. The 130... C-130's design is an old plane. That's a really old plane. Look at... I mean, I'm going to load up KSP here, but... The C-130, look at when they first started flying these things around. I mean, Lockheed really hit the nail on the head with this plane. There's a reason why it has propellers. It wasn't because they couldn't do jets, but look at this. The design goes back to 1954. That's 66 years ago, guys. Or 67 now. Yeah, this plane was designed... C-130 has propellers on purpose. It's not because, oh, we needed to use propellers because we couldn't use jet engines. The reason why the C-130 has props, turbojets, right, is because propellers are better for unladen, for like landing on dirt and stuff. With dirt, you don't... When you land on dirt, you don't want like rocks and stuff flying into your turbine blades, foreign object debris. Propellers are much more forgiving in that regard. Yeah, it could also land on aircraft carriers. I figured that out, too. Yeah, 1954. You believe that? Nine years prior to that, this is cutting-edge technology. Can you believe that? It's crazier. It's crazy. I mean, crazier. It's ridiculous. There's a hidden passage in the bottom of the C-5. It's really cool. You can access it by going up under the access area in the wheel housing. That's cool. I mean, if I'm thinking about this correctly, the C-130 is closer to the Wright Flyer than to us now, if I'm thinking about that right, 1903. So that's 63 years from the Wright Flyer to the C-130, and then it's 66 years... or 67 years from the C-130's first flight to now. That's how good that design was. Yeah, you want to know who had a say on that design? Just to let you know. Anybody? Anybody want to know? Or can anybody guess? If you said Kelly Johnson, you're right. I'm also going to school near the LC-130 base. Cool, cool. Nice, Swag. Neat. Kelly Johnson helped design the C-130. That's the same guy that made the SR-71 and the U-2 and the F-104 and the Lockheed Constellation and the P-38. Yeah, that guy was a pretty good plane designer, I'd say. How the heck do you know this? Because they pay attention? Yeah, that's who I was talking about. That Skunkworks guy. Mm-hmm.